4 getting absolute muscle there. At turn 1, that was an absolute disaster.
Oh, he's spun!
Oh no! That's massive for Adam!
All over the rear bumper of spin, mate. These guys are hitting each other like nothing we've ever seen before.
Jeep pulls out to the outside. Here we go again.
AEDST there, he's going to go for a move here. The 2 Ferraris in front of him.
Juice went wide. Jesus
Oh!
Oh, good contact.
Oh, massive contact there.
This is going to be an incredible finish for these two.
The speed, the overspeed happening. They're going to go 3 wide into
Oh.
turn 1.
There's contact there from Tracy that comes through on the way in. He tries to redress and gets his way.
Shoved out wide. Oh, huge contact.
This is fantastic. On the outside though in turn 1.
As he shoves it down the inside anyway. What is this? Oh my gosh! What a move from GTR!
Good afternoon, Sector 1 sim racing fans from Australia, New Zealand, and around the world. I am your host this evening, Atom, in the box, alongside my compatriots in Graham and CarbonBoy, who we will get to in a short moment. But welcome back to Belgium and the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps, where we saw a fantastic show last week in the Division 1 and Division 3 category of Group A here at Spa-Francorchamps, where the weather played a massive part in the competition. From start to finish for both races, it put on an absolute spectacle of a show for us. And despite the damp conditions, the fight at the top of the championship for Div 4 could not be any hotter. So here's a look at our standings for Division 4 as of round 7. Revs Law leads the way for Hooncorp Esports, clearing off into the distance ahead of VF with an 18-point gap there over his nearest rival. Benny Rex for Respawn Esports in third with 190. So you see those guys in kind of second, third, fourth. Everyone's trying to get on the podium there. And with a good performance last round, a guy with no skills is back in contention as well with a 175-point score on the cards at the moment. And then we've got Debrev, Dazza, and Malevolent One in the mid-pack, hovering around the 140s, 150s, 160-point ranges. Those guys will be looking to make a difference tonight. And we did see a big change in the sort of results that we used to see in the divisions last week. And that could mostly be attributed to the weather, I think. It was very damp here at Spa-Francorchamps last week, and we're expecting more of the same today. I am joined in the box for Division 4 this evening by none other than Graham. How are you, mate?
Good evening everyone. Really looking forward to this one. 7K track, there's already a bit of light rain on the surface now, so weather forecast, showers, bit of heavy rain, very intimate conditions for the drivers, so it'll really test their strategy and of course their wet weather skills.
Do you feel like now that we're this far through the season, you're really starting to get to know the drivers and understand who's where and what to expect from these guys in the race?
Yeah, absolutely, and also the damp and wet weather pace of a few. Some of the cars are suited to it, some of the drivers are very handy, and especially in the free practice sessions, you could just see the times alternating as the track either got wet or dried.
And we've seen the wet weather be referred to as the great equaliser on the Drive to Survive show that made more famous the Formula 1 racing series and was on display last week as the BRZ drivers were kind of right up the front with their sort of pace in the wet weather, performing well in the corners and things like that. So here's a little look at our track map. If you're not familiar with Spa-Francorchamps, do you even support motorsport or follow motorsport? I don't know. But we have no mandatory tyres for this round, given the state of the weather. So the softs, mediums and hards are all available, plus the intermediates and the wets. So we're expecting to see people to put on the softs if they do opt for a dry tyre at any point. The weather is on display there for Division 4 and Division 2, so we're looking at showers followed by a dry spell and then more rain towards the end for Division 4, and then it's up and down for Division 2 all the way through, but we'll have a look at their weather a bit more closely later on. I'd say we're nearly ready to get into qualifying for these guys in Division 4. What do you think, Graham?
Yep, I'll get the session underway.
Alrighty, get your predictions in chat, everyone. Let us know who you think's going to come out on top of qualifying here at Spa-Francorchamps. There's going to be a damp qualifying session. I'm expecting to see a fair bit of rain on the track, or surface water at the very least. I'm sure Graham will keep us up to date with the sort of levels that the guys are dealing with out here in this session. As qualifying gets underway, then we'll move to the track. Spa-Francorchamps for the first time this evening. Have a look, see. Oh, we've got a bit of a problem with our gameplay here. Hang on a minute. Let's get that fixed up for you guys over there.
So a little bit of light rain on the track in different parts, and what'll be interesting if it does hold off when that dry line appears, probably.
Right, we are having some technical difficulties with our video capture this evening, so we'll just get that sorted for you momentarily. Alright, and here we go. We are back on track with these guys. So we haven't missed too much here at Spa-Francorchamps. The guys just completing the first of their out laps here on track. So we should expect to see, I think, a couple of guys pitting in throughout the qualifying session to get some fresh tyres on. Do you have any idea, Graham, what sort of tyres these guys are starting on?
Yeah, most have gone out on the intermediate. There is a bit of light rain around. We've got 3 drivers out on softs, and I think I can see a drying line already on that out lap, so I expect we'll see the balance come in. If it stays like this, I'll drop into softs. If not,
we've got a few guys
end of the first lap, second lap.
Do we think they're probably switching to the dries?
Yep, straight up, yep.
Okay, let's have a look then at the condition of the track. We'll go on board with Snake Eyes here. See what it looks like.
Fair bit of wind. 5 meters a second coming in from the west, I think it is. So it's blowing those showers across.
That's not a bad wind direction, because if you look at it compared to Puon, you compare it to the arrow there, you've actually got a fair bit of a headwind through Puon, which will assist with your downforce. So riding on board with Snake Eyes at the moment, it doesn't look like there's a lot of moisture on the track visually, but that can be deceiving. We did just see the windshield wiper come on there as well. There you go, there it goes again. So possibilities of showers coming in again at some point during this qualifying session, I think.
Yeah, just haven't got the weather radar up, but yeah, I suspect it's possible.
Righto, so Keza currently out front. I can see the drops coming down there. You can see them across your screen. It is starting to rain now in the middle of the session, and it looks like what we might see here, because these guys are on the softs, I presume, the guys out the front, if they get around and complete this lap on the dry tyre, it'll be unbeatable in wetter conditions. But this rain is it's not making it easy to figure out what's going on, as we see Snake Eyes actually catch right up to the back of Keza, and now getting impeded on his lap a little bit here.
And it's such a long track, it's actually raining in parts and not others.
Oh, one of the first times we see that. Bit of up the inside there from Snake Eyes. They're racing and qualifying here. And there's your rain again. You can see the drops coming down on your screen, and as they come onto the back straight, it's really looking heavy now. So these guys will, I guess, be hoping to complete their lap in the driest conditions possible in the hopes that the track gets more wet as the race goes on. And the rain coming down quite heavy now. Screen wipers going absolutely crazy. Is Snake Eyes on the dry tyre?
Snake Eyes started on the softs, I think. Yeah, he did.
Hey, so he goes provisional pole, 8 seconds clear of Keza. A guy with no skills comes across the line. So depending on what the weather does now, some of these guys who have come out on the soft tyres after their first stop, Revs is an example of that. I wonder if they'll actually get any dry laps in. Rev up to P1 there. Revs.
Yeah, well, Snake Eyes coming out from the get-go on that tyre. That 223, if the rain stays and it's a wet line, that'll be hard to beat.
Yeah, if the rain picks up and we see a more wet track coming in, there's no way these guys can go faster. In the words of Fernando Alonso, even if you put a rocket ship, we will be 11th. An example of rain coming down and preventing you from being able to match anything done in the earlier parts of qualifying. So Debrev with the benchmark in the McLaren for CP Motorsports, and can he be beaten? There's people in the pits now. Are they making the switch to the intermediate tyres because of the rain coming down? It's possible.
Yeah, and Debrev was one of the others that started on softs from commencing qualifying.
Right.
Yep.
So yeah, the only people to set a lap time will be, they've either stayed on the softs or they've stayed on the intermediates from the start, because everyone else ended up doing 2 out laps. Those who put it in, Malevolent One putting on the softs. No, he's back in the pits, just in the garage. Looking at Benny now, 9 seconds down on Debrev. He's on whatever tyre that he did start on, because he has set a time. You see the mist being kicked up from the back of the cars, so if you're on the soft tyres at this point, and there we go. There goes Petey Pops at the back there in the background. So the slick tyre catching him out on the moist part of the circuit. That curb is very easy to get loose on, and now we're seeing the result of putting the slicks on and taking the risk out here. I think that's Womble in the background there too, in the red mist entry. That is the homage to the Matildas, the football team for Australia that recently competed at the Women's World Cup. You can see on the left side of the car the image of the squad. A lovely gesture from the red mist team. There you go.
Yep, the guys that stayed on softs are really struggling now.
Oh, there we go, Petey Pops again. So Womble cruising through. Oh no, he's gone off as well. There's your commentator's curse. We'll skip away to spare his blushes and jump up to the guys. We've got a couple of cars off here at Stavelot as well. There's Revs parked up, as he does like to do quite often. Snake Eyes still going around. I think he's still on the soft tyre. Malevolent One switches to the wet compound.
Yeah, we've got Keza on intermediate, Benny on intermediate, Malevolent on wets, Revs on softs, VF on softs, Poppers on softs, Womble on softs, down to Laminator for the intermediates, and Renegade on intermediates.
This is very interesting.
So
a lot of cars going off. These guys they've taken the risk on the slick tyres, but then they have to do an in-lap to get back to the pits. And they can't make it around because the track's picked up too much moisture. So I would hazard a guess at this point, with only a couple of minutes left to go, that these guys are not going to improve their time, save for perhaps the guys that are a little bit further down the order. But the top time of Debrev, I think, is going to be nigh on impossible to beat. Got a 2:23 on the board, which is it would be considered slow for dry conditions, but because it was on a damp track and the track is only getting wetter, These guys simply cannot compete with it. And Snake Eyes in the same position here. Well and truly safe. Petey pops into the pits off his softs, put on the intermediates. These guys will be looking to bust out a single lap on the wetter compounds of tyres. See if they can compete with times up the very top, or at least get themselves a little bit further up here. Here's Laminator in the Lightning Motorsport car. Is that a new livery on that car? I think it is. Sporting a new livery this week. I don't remember seeing this last week, so it might be making its debut this week. Looking very nice.
Actually, I thought I had a bit more white on it last week, but
yeah, they usually do, but going for something a little bit different this week. Looking very flash. I like that. That green really pops out. Really bright. Fluoro green, I think, is an apt description for that one. Running the 888 as well. Renegade, one of the title protagonists, down in P11 at the moment. He's had a couple of poor performances recently. I think it was only last round he was Watkins. He was up the front. He was up the front for Watkins. I think he was on the podium, but I do seem to recall him struggling recently. It might have actually been a qualifying session for Watkins, and he fought his way back in the race. So looking like he's emulating that a bit here today, down in P11, so he'll look to improve. I don't think he's set a time yet, nor has Petey Potts, who's on a flying lap at the moment, so he's made it around to get one in. A lot of guys coming across the line here, finish up the session. The guy with no skills will not improve, but he'll stay P3 for now. Keza, P4 has finished. Benia, Malevolent one, Revs Law coming around now. So these guys can't beat the times because the track has only got wetter. Womble's parked up. BF's on the road. Laminator's on the road. They'll be the next to cross the line by the look of things. Have to watch out for traffic at the bus stop. There is someone going through there at the moment. Not Petey Pops, no. Here we go. The only people that could yet improve. Laminator ahead
Rev
of...
spun just before the line.
Oh yeah, he wasn't on a flying lap, I don't think. He was he'd given up at that point. 2 minutes 30 and over for Laminator. I don't know if it'll be an improvement. Yes, it will, up to P6, so that makes a difference. No improvement. Rebs is going to be right at the back. Your championship leader could not set a competitive time. Renegade. Where did Renegade end up? Renegade got up
He's
to
in
P4 in the end. Wow. What a time to lay down in the closing stages of qualifying with a wetter track. That'll put Debrev and Snake Eyes on notice, I think.
Yeah, and it's definitely going to make the race interesting when you look at the P12, Poppers, Womble, Revs, 11 at 1. We've got fast at each end of the grid.
Yeah, you've got your championship leader along with guys who are struggling points-wise down the bottom there. So it's going to be a chaotic start, if anything, I think. So these guys will have to be very, very careful from the get-go. And if I know my Gran Turismo 7, we can expect the first 10 minutes of the race to be identical weather patterns to the qualifying. So these guys know what to expect now. They know what tyre to start on, and I'm going to guess best tyre will probably be the intermediates, because they only got one good lap on the softs. So I expect to see most of these guys starting on the intermediates, but we'll have to see what happens there. Let's have a look at our quali results now on screen. Brev takes pole position. I don't know if that's his first pole position in his Sector 1 career, but it counts nonetheless, and will add to his tally whatever it shall be. Snake Eyes in P2 in his first season here at Sector 1, so he'll be happy to make the front row here at Spa for the Enduro. A guy with no skills, P3. So the top three there were three of the guys who made the correct decision to start the qualifying session on the softs, and it paid off for them. 4 seconds clear of Renegade there in P4, who set his time on the intermediates, and to only be 4 seconds down, especially on a wetter track, is no small feat. So keep an eye out for him in the start of this race. He'll probably get off to a good start. And don't forget, of course, we're actually looking at the Supras. The Supras are a little bit further down, and we know that the Supras are fairly poor off the line, but up the front, it's anybody's guess who will lead into turn 1, I think. So Keza P5 there, Benia P6, Laminator P7, Malevolent 1 P8, Revs Law P9, your championship leader, way down, but because he managed to set a time, he does out-qualify Womble, VF, and PD Pops. VF, of course, being right up there in the championship battle as well, so that will definitely make for some interesting racing.
Yeah, and turn one on this track is difficult in the dry, let alone with a bit of moisture.
Yeah, it can be pretty rough. I think it will be dry-ish, given that the guys were able to get around on the softs on the first lap of qualifying. So it shouldn't be too dangerous, but a couple of laps in, it's going to be pretty treacherous, I think. So these guys will have to be a little bit careful, for sure.
Yep, and I've just given everyone the 3-minute warning. Just bearing in mind it's 90 minutes.
Right, very good. So quick break. If you're in the chat watching, make sure you go grab your popcorn, a snack, maybe even an entire meal, because this is going to be one long race. But if it's anything like last week, expect it to be exciting. Let's move back now and have a look at Division 4 standings. Oops. Wrong. Put up. Here we go. So Revs Law leads the championship and qualifies down in P9 for this race. So he's got a lot of work to do. VF also down right at the bottom in P10. So he'll be looking to claw his way back through the field. I think the Mercedes is not too bad in the wet, but I could be proven wrong. Benia X P3, not too bad from him. He's mid-pack for this at the end of the qualifying session, so he's not in a terrible spot. But Renegade, box seat in P4 in the championship and P4 on the grid as well. Takes out that second row spot. A guy with no skills does have a chance here, of course, to back some points in with his P3 qualifying in the session there. And rest of the crew, Debrev, of course, pole position for CP Motorsports there in the McLaren. And the McLaren, we think, fairly handy in the wet conditions. So he'll be hoping for more rain, I think, as the race goes on. But we know that the strategy will play a huge part in this race, as it did last time around, last week.
Yep, and in free practice, you couldn't throw a blanket over the top 4 or 5.
I expect to see that from the race as well. We saw last week, of course, Division 1, the guys were so close together at the beginning of the race. It was a crazy start.
I'll just give them the quick ready, and I can just see off the out the window the rain's just started again.
I think we've had one of our drivers leave the lobby. Might
Oops, yeah.
check in on what's happened there. Might have been a disconnect. Hopefully it's a disconnect at this stage and not a disconnect during the race. The last thing that you would want to see in a long race like this. 90 minutes, of course, of action coming your way.
I've just sent comms through to see if he's coming back.
Okay, let's have a look while we're still here at our track once again. So Spa-Francorchamps, we've just seen it demonstrated in qualifying. No mandatory tyres for this particular race. Let us know what your knowledge is in the chat of all the corners. How many corners can you name correctly? Because this is one of those tracks that has a corner name for every corner except one of them, the one called No Name, of all things. So if you can point out which corner No Name is, 10 out of 10 Spa-Francorchamps knowledge. And if Sector 1 could give anything away, I'm sure we would. But we unfortunately can't, but we'll run the pop quiz anyway. Let us know which turn on the track is No Name corner. So the weather there for Division 4, of course, starting out a bit rainy. We saw that in qualifying. We'll expect to see much of the same thing, and then more rain to come later on in the race for these guys. Should be a very interesting race up and down the field. We'll have another look at that qualifying result for you here.
There's nothing on the comms. Do we have a team owner in the chat?
Which team is Malevolent One? He would be Deeds. So we'd need to hear from Karen, the Deeds team owner there. So I might pay to reach out to him on Discord. He may not be in the stream chat.
Yep.
But yeah, this is going to be fun from Robert Rice. I think it is. Racing in the rain is one of the most exciting things you can do on this game, because the dynamic weather is so difficult to keep up with, and the right decision can sometimes seem like the wrong decision in this sort of case. And you make that risky decision, and it pays off big time. Blind man first in, the left-hander after downhill hairpin. Very good. Which turn number is that? I think that's 1, 2, 3, 4. I've got to count the corners here. Like turn 7 or turn 8 or something like that. Yep. It was renamed to Jackie X corner temporarily, but I think Jackie X himself was against that idea. So I think it was reinstated as No Name not long after that. So some people called it X for a while, but it did, I believe No Name was reinstated, because that's just the name that corner's had forever. Jackie didn't want it. Turn 11 from Crazy Good Kung Fu. Very good. Very good. Lightning car looks awesome from the Stranger. Indeed it does. Very good refreshing of the livery there. I'm sure done by Stickers, the team owner. New, I think he's gone for a bit of a new colour scheme. Less of the white, more of the black. Looking great. Oh no, Crazy Good Kung Fu's second guessed himself. Changed it to T9. Yep. Or it's depends on whether you count Eau Rouge and Radion as 2 corners or 3. Because it looks like 3 on the track map, but is it really? P10/11 is Puon. Okay. Rain is the great level of 2. MR cars are strong and low grip. Yes, very true. And that's why we expect to see good things from the Porsches and the McLarens. So keep an eye out for them. The BRZ also very strong in the wet, as displayed last round. And of course at the World Finals last year, which were also held for Gran Turismo at Spa-Francorchamps in changing conditions, and the BRZ went on to win that competition. So definitely one of the faster cars in the wet, so definitely want to keep an eye out for that one. The GTR, not too bad either. I think the Supra actually the one that struggles the most in the wet weather as compared to the dry, because it's one of the faster cars in the MR cars coming out to play for these guys, most certainly. Do we have word from our team owner at Deeds?
No. Hang on, we've got...
Discord communications. So drop your prediction down below for who you think is going to take the spoils in this race. Will it be Rebs from all the way at the back of the field, P9 there in the GTR? It could be done. Who will make the risky strategy call and put on the dries when the track is still half wet? Try to get through the field, possibly spin out on a wet part of the track.
Yeah, no, it looks like it's a major fail on Mav's part, unfortunately. Nothing from the TO, nothing in chat. So we might have to kick it off.
Alrighty, the race is just about ready to go. We will bring you back here in just a moment as we get these guys onto the grid and ready to go. 90 minutes of racing. Grab your popcorn, your snacks, everything you got there, and get ready for an awesome night of racing. Because we've got 2 of these on the go tonight. Div 4, Div 2, and the championship battles at the top of both are extremely exciting at the moment. And this is going to prove very interesting. The one I'm interested to watch is Rev's Law, mostly. So I think that should be very exciting to see him try to fight his way through from the back.
All right, I'll hit the lights now.
Very good. On we go. Got your predictions, fastest lap, race winner. Who do you think is going to take the spoils tonight? What are we going to see happen on track? Guys are just about ready to go here as we take to the grid. Here we are. The lights at the top of the screen there, currently blank at the moment, but are ready to go on and set our drivers off and running. 3 lights on the grid. 5 lights. Hold in the starters. And away we go at racing here. The McLaren with a great start. The GTR also good up the inside of the Porsche of ISA Esports. Snake Eyes dropping down the field a little bit. The Hooncorp GTR up the inside there as well. Now, this will be interesting now to see who's got what tyre on. We've got a car sideways there. That's the Lightning Motorsport car into the pit exit. at the exit of turn 1 there, and that's going to keep him down for a long time, I think. Laminator had to reverse out of the wall there. We'll check back up with our leaders and such as they head through Eau Rouge and Radion onto the Camel Straight. And Renegade already up to P2 and challenging for the lead here. What will we see into the Lacombe chicane? He's not going to be close enough to go for a move this time, I don't think. But he shows the nose on the way in. Let's have a look further back, see what's going on here. Debrev up the inside, looking for a move on Rev's Law. Rev's Law in P3! How did that happen?
Great one. Run through La Rouge and up the Camel Straight.
From P9 to P3, that is absolutely insane from the Home Corp Esports Championship leader. And he's now not far behind his teammate as they head through Rivage. The ISA Esports car, Snake Eyes in P5, hanging tough with the drivers in front. Womble up to P7 now. I'm very interested to see what tyres everyone is on. We'll have to wait till the action settles down a little bit. Might be a case of a guy with no skills and Renegade being out on the softs, which may come back to bite them later because we're expecting to see rain very early in this race. Head round to Stavelot for the first time. Careful of the AstroTurf on the outside here. Very slippery and easy to lose, even in the dry conditions. What they appear to be in now. Womble with a good start. P7, not too bad from P10, I think it was. Eddie pops up there as well. P8, head of Benia. I might be tempted to ride off Laminator at this stage, given that he's so far back from the field, but it's a very, very long race, and in these conditions, it often closes up the field a lot, and running on your own can be quite beneficial. So it'll definitely be worth watching to see what he can do as this race goes on. Here's BF on the back of Benia, two championship protagonists. See the queue of cars heading through La Source. To the outside goes Benia on Petey Pops. Muscled out, the door closes. Go on board with VF as we head down towards Eau Rouge and Radion. In the tow of Petey Pops. A little bit of a lift there for these guys, I think. They're still taking it a little bit cautious through the S's up the hill. Even bothering to sit in the tow VF, so apparently not going for a move into Lacombe chicane. Appears to be much better on the brakes than the Alfa Romeo in front of him. A lot more pace through here. Petey Pop seemingly struggle to keep up. Right on the rear bumper now, VF. Acceleration just isn't there. Will he go for a move into Rivage? No, he brakes early. Some very polite driving from the Bacchus Racing, the Dadson Racing driver. And here comes the rain. So the rain coming down, you can see it on your screen. There's Benia right into the back of VF there. So this field getting real close together, and we'll look at Snake Eyes, who's on the back of Womble now. He's fallen behind. Womble now at P6. Keza in P5 in the Brocky 05 Sim Racing entry for Subaru outfit. Brev sitting in a solid P4 after pole position might be lightly disappointing, but I think it's not a bad position to be in right now, especially in the Macca with the rain about to come down. Here's your championship leader, Rev's Law in P3. Currently a couple of seconds down on the leaders, which might suggest that the leaders are on the soft tyres. We'll wait and see what's going on there. And a comment in from Midpack Hack, or Freelix, as he's known to the Sector 1 faithful. 40-second or more pit stop time. It's a bit of a gamble to run the slicks for just 2 laps. We'll see what our leaders do here. They go around again, so seemingly on the intermediates. So do you want to run us through the tyres that everyone is on, Graham?
Yep, absolutely. And everyone has started on intermediates, and that's where the consistency is through as the track's been drying and the rain's starting again. But yeah, almost dried out to a dry line on the front part of the circuit, and then straight back into the rain again.
Much the same as what we saw in qualifying, so the rain will probably
Yeah.
continue to come down and flow down the track for a little bit. Here we go, Renegade as well. Looking for a move on a guy with no skills, who's led his first couple of laps in his Sector 1 career here around Spa. Through goes the Hooncorp car around the outside into Lecom, but guy with no skills is going to fight it. Slams the door on the Hooncorp driver. Nothing doing for Renegade. That'll back them up towards Rev's Law, slow them both down a little bit. 3 GDRs leading the way here, so perhaps the GDR being fairly quick in the dry conditions, but we'll see what happens as the rain continues to come down. See if they slow down on account of that. The Brev falling back a little bit from these guys. The top 3 have pulled away to about 7 seconds clear of P4 here. This rain might help the McLaren in time. Really coming down now. You can see that across your screen.
Guy with no skills wide. Renegade's right up on his bumper.
Go on board with Renegade up the inside once again, but he's a little bit cautious on the brakes. Is it enough to unsettle a guy with no skills? No, he holds firm. See the spray from the car in front now signaling that the surface of the track is very, very wet. So these guys have to be very careful. Not an apex to be found for a guy with no skills here, it seems. Although Renegade also struggling a little bit, and the exit there for a guy with no skills much, much stronger. And he'll pull a bit of a gap and probably be safe up to the bus stop pending a run through Blanchemont. Keep our eye on this battle up the front. A little bit of brakes on the way in. Gotta be careful here. A little bit onto the AstroTurf, and there's a wiggle from a guy with no skills, but he manages to keep it together. Runs defensive into the bus stop. A little bit of a late move, but there was enough space for Renegade to gauge where he was going, and wide of the second apex. And through goes Renegade, and here's Rev's Law come to join the party as well, and pile on to a guy with no skills. The 2 Hooncorp cars forming a sandwich now with the Black Rose Racing entry. Down to La Source, a guy with no skills looking for it again, right onto the rear bumper of Renegade. Let's have a look here from Rev's point of view, your championship leader. As we head down towards the Kemmel Straight. Rouge and Ready on looming in the distance, and up they go. A little bit of brakes on the way in, I think. Yep, there you go. Nice and safe there from Revs, and it looks like a guy with no skills might have cut that inside corner of Radion, and that might come with an invoice. We'll see.
Yep. Picked
He's
up
got a half
0.5.
second. There you go. So that's all that Rev's Law needs to open the door for second place. Here was Lecom chicanes. Guy with no skills is going to have to really fight to get by Renegade again if he wants to stay in this battle with a half second, because that'll drop him probably behind Revs here if he's not careful.
While that's happening, Womble's just quietly moved his way up into P4.
Womble's looking very strong in the rain, isn't he?
About a second ahead of Keza now.
Where is our pole sitter? The Brev has dropped down to P10 now, so possibly an incident at some point. Last lap was a 2-minute 44 lap when compared to PD Pop's 2:35, so about 10 seconds lost there somewhere for our pole sitter. Looking good for Womble though, very strong drive so far. And this mid-pack group here, consisting of Keza, Benier and Snake Eyes as well. Looming in the distance. Have a look again at our leaders. We jump on board with Revs, who's got a front row seat to the action between these top 2. Of course, a guy with no skills about to serve a penalty on the back straight coming up. He's got to be careful about his exit out of Stavelot here. They head through, bit of a lift, maybe a bit of brakes as well. Revs to the outside, a little bit slidey, but he's probably going to get this position done here. Let's have a look. Onto the brakes for half a second there. Goes a guy with no skills, and through goes Revs into P2. From P9 all the way up to P2 so far. So if you're looking at driver of the day early, I think Revs is definitely a nomination at this point. Him and probably Womble at this stage.
And Renegade very wide out of that left-hander.
Pulled a little bit of AstroTurf on the outside there, but he managed to keep it together. And now the driver with the front row seat to the action is a guy with no skills who sees Revs go a little bit wide there, unable to get on the power sufficiently. And the guy with no skills reclaims second position and will chase down Renegade on the back straight here of Kemmel Straight once we get around there. As long as he's nice and careful through Rouge and Radion, he should be alright, but it looks like Reb's Law might be challenging up the inside here. This ought to be interesting. Side by side as they head down to Rouge and Radion. Who's going to yield? It looks like it's going to be Revs backing out of that one.
Not much room through that first kink.
Guy with no skills, with no let up there. Could rename himself to a guy with no let up. A guy who doesn't back out, that's for sure. Cojones of steel, as many would say.
A guy with big ones.
A guy with big ones. They head through Les Combes chicane once again. So the top three inseparable at this stage. The Black Rose car and a Hooncorp sandwich going around Spa-Francorchamps. Only 11 minutes into this race. And the top three battle is as hot as ever, despite the dampening conditions. Kick back in with Womble, who's held onto his P4 for now, but now being chased down by Benia at the respawn entry. So both in Supras here. Benia having gotten the better of Keza at some point. Look at them come through No Name, and there's Benia sideways through there. So getting a little bit loose on the way through. Well, guys, it is a long race. This mid-pack battle, I think, will get really hot at some stage, especially if the track starts drying out and people start gambling onto the soft tyre. We're also only expecting to see up to 10 laps or so of fuel usage from these cars. So we're going to see quite a few pit stops, I would imagine, depending on how the conditions go. Rev's still in touch with a guy with no skills, but having lost touch to Renegade a little bit, it's allowed him to skip away slightly to a decent gap out the front. What can a guy with no skills do?
And Benny is a bit of a quite achiever in this. He's past Keza and he's with 1.2 of Womble.
Yeah, he's looking good. He will look to challenge Womble at some point, I think. He's got his act together for certain. Having started, where did Benia start? I think he was 7th. So got it back together, and there we go, right on the back of Womble now. Something happened to Womble there that I didn't quite see. And Benia now right on his rear bumper as they head on to the 6th lap. Keza right in behind though, not letting up just yet. And we've got a VF sitting back there as well. It'll be very interesting to see what happens down this Kemmel straight this time around. See what Benia can do out of Rouge and Radion. Womble's had a bit of bad luck so far this season. Every race he's sort of had decent pace, and then something's gone wrong for him at some point to send him backwards through the field. And here we go, it might be happening again as Benia gets a great run through Rouge and Radion, looks to the outside early, switches to the inside, but Womble sees it coming and holds that line on the wet line here. Keep his tyres nice and cool. Going to have to be later on the brakes there, Womble, though, but he manages to hold that apex. That's beautiful defending from the Red Mist team owner there. Benia with no way through so far, but looking fast, looking racy.
Yeah, and we've got a guy with no skills picked up a penalty through a Rouge, so we probably see a position change with Revs, as we get through the penalty zone.
Not for the first time, although Revs has fallen off the back a little bit. Looks like he had a bit of an issue at No Name there. And dropped to about a 1.5 second gap to a guy with no skills, so that penalty might not quite be enough to net him a position. A guy with no skills seemingly staying in touch with Renegade here, about 1.5 seconds the gap there as well. Back at Benia, just see how close he is to Womble, so he's dropped off a little bit, so Womble's middle sector looking very strong. 1.6 the gap between Revs and a guy with no skills, so I think that penalty is not going to be enough. But it might make Blanchimont very interesting. Let's have a look here. He serves the penalty. Revs Law now with the overspeed. Into the slipstream. Deep into the toe of a guy with no skills. You see that gap coming down. The delta dropping to 0.5 second now as they head into Blanchimont. But not close enough to mount a challenge and not close enough to force the issue with a guy with no skills there as they head to the bus stop now. Nice and close. Shy of 0.5 second, but not able to do anything at this stage.
And a definite drying line. I'm not sure what the driver's weather radar says, but it's almost getting to that tipping point. 2/3 of the track are definitely getting into soft territory.
Yeah, Yeah, there's definitely a visual line forming on the track now, so we'll see who blinks early. It looks like it's going to be Womble in the background there. Heads into the pit lane early, ahead of Benia, who does not make the same decision, chooses to go one more.
That could be a big call because there's a big time differential. Once the softs hit those, well, where the intermediate's slow and the softs go, the time differential's quite big in favour of the softs.
For Womble here will be exiting the pit lane because it's quite a wet exit out there for most of the track. So we'll jump on board with him when he does come out and have
zero
a look
throttle.
Yeah, you've got to be very careful. And you'd be tempted, Petey pops in as well, here we go. You'd be tempted as well to cut straight across to the dry line because there's quite a large bit of area. As we look at Womble filling up now, going to 100%, so he's not sure how long he's going to go on these tyres, but he knows he's going to go fairly far. Medium tyres on the car, slow exit here. You see the pit lane line on the left-hand side. Do not cut across that too early. There you go, through he goes. So back onto the dry line, and now he is safe.
He did a good job out of there.
As safe as you can be with a wet track on the borders. Let's see how his Erosion Radion is.
He did have a spin out of the pits in free practice, so he had a bit of early warning.
Seeming to have learned his lesson. So, Revs Lauren, a guy with no skills, still inseparable, joint at the hip as it were, as they head round on the 7th lap, but the gap to Renegade has extended to nearly 3 seconds now. So they're not doing themselves any favours in the battle for the lead here, battling back and forth as they go on. I think Rebs, it might be in his best interest to get past a guy with no skills as soon as he can. And we'll see if these guys gamble for softs or slick tyres of any kind at the end of this lap, with guys taking the risk early down the bottom of the field. Look back at Womble, who's P10 at the moment, heading round no-name corner onto the outside curve. Very dangerous out there, you've got to be very careful, but he manages to keep it pointing the right way. Let's have a look now. Renegade into the pits. The guy with no skills into the pits. Rebs Law goes around again. Plays it safe. Renegade has spun in the pit lane. He's been reset. He's back on the track. He spun it in the pit lane.
Just went in too quick.
Yeah, well, it's wet on the pit entry line, so you've got to be careful. And it looks like he's scraped up the right rear corner, so he's hit the wall there somehow, and ended up back on track. So that's really hurt him. And now a guy with no skills is going to be net leading after this lap, assuming that Renegade and Rebs box at the end of lap 8. I presume that Renegade... Yeah, so Renegade remains on the correct lap because there's often an issue with resetting back behind the start-finish line there. But it looks like he's safe. He's just lost himself about 10 seconds there. He'll be kicking himself after a great first stint.
Yeah, Rebs is on his fastest lap, but I just got a gut feel it's still probably 4 or 5 seconds slower than a soft at this point.
It'll be kind of equalising at this stage because you've got to remember that the soft tyre will be forced to stay off the optimal racing line because the curbs will be quite wet still. But the softs do have a lot more cornering speed and a lot more grip. So they would probably be slightly faster, but it is also safer to be on the intermediate. So I don't think Revs has made a bad decision here because he's boxed opposite a guy with no skills, which is probably the right thing to do if you believe you're the faster driver. And Rebs, of course, has displayed some very, very quick driving over the course of this season. So he's got every right to back himself to be faster on track than anyone else in Division 4. So I think he's made the right decision there as far as strategy goes. And Renegade, unfortunately, with an error there on pit entry, has dropped himself fairly far back. But the long race, he's got a lot of time to make it back up. We're only 20 minutes in at this stage.
Yeah, I think you'll see Renegade and VF box this lap. The intermediates are really starting to struggle. Yeah.
VF's looking a bit slippery there, so those tyres might be getting a little bit worn in the back end. Of course, as the track dries, the intermediates tend to wear out quite a lot because of the warmer conditions, which they're not designed for. Or as VF goes off track there, manages to get it back on, he might avoid a penalty, just about. See these guys, of course, weaving onto the wet line when they're on these intermediates to cool the tyres down. which has the benefit of improving your tyre wear, or the rate of tyre wear as you go on. So the 2 Hooncorp drivers come into the pits. A guy with no skills is the one to watch. Actually, could you tell me, Graham, did a guy with no skills fuel up properly?
It looks like he went to 100%. Yep.
Very good. So, assuming the others do as well, they should come out relevant on track to where he is. So we'll stay on board with a guy with no skills. And we should expect him to probably come around in first place here on the exit of the pits. Revs Law fueling up now, not even yet at 100%, and still yet to make the pit exit. And that pit exit is still quite wet, which means the AI will drive you through it very slowly. And there we see Revs Law coming out onto the main straight.
Womble's gone quickest on his first time lap.
So he's on the soft as well, isn't he? Of course.
He's not actually, no.
Oh, he's on the medium, sorry, isn't he?
Yeah, a couple of them have gone for an alternate strategy to what I thought they might have. We've got a couple out there on mediums.
Expecting a long stint perhaps for this middle part of the race. Benier behind Womble now after getting ahead of him earlier on. Taking a lot of curb up over Rouge and Radion, so looking very dry up there at the moment.
And Womble just picked a penalty up for that. Yep.
He's not far behind Renegade here as well, so he's in a really good spot at the moment as well. Careful
I'm
to
pretty
stay
sure
online.
when he pitted, he was about 12 seconds off the back of the car in front.
Yeah, he's made a very good strategy call here, but he's pitted 2 laps earlier than these guys, which means he is going to run out of fuel 2 laps before them as well, at the very least. So he's got to be careful here, and I don't imagine he's fuel saving given his pace. So he's got to play this smart here and hope that it rains early into the stint now. So if it rained now, that would be perfect for Womble, because he'd be able to box onto the same strategy as everyone else is on. He'd just have to put in slightly more fuel and find himself a little bit further. So he'd probably end up behind Benier, but no further back than that.
Yep. Guy with no skills, just he's purple, coming into the last sector.
He's pulled a blinder. He's 10 seconds clear of Revs Law. So, you know, we've seen some dominant displays from Revs Law this season, but he's got his work cut out for him today. A guy with no skills throwing the hammer down here at Spa and pulling off a masterful strategy so far anyway, as far as picking the tyre and the time to pit. Let's have a look here. What does he come across the line with? GDR of Black Rose Racing scores a 2:23, which is equal to or possibly better than our pole position qualifying time set by Debrev in the early stages of the race, so showing that the track is very dry now as Revs comes across the line 10 seconds behind. Renegade following closely. He's now 3 seconds down. Womble being challenged by Benier there, or possibly fighting back and move done at the bus stop as they go nearly side by side into turn 1. Last source, but Womble holds on to P4 for now. That's striking Matilda's livery. Look at Benier on the back straight here, possibly looking to do a bit of fuel saving. He is closing in fairly quickly on Womble. And a lift there, you hear him come off throttle. Big lift and coast on the way into Les Combes chicane. So looking to save fuel here. Womble goes a little bit deep there and allows Benier to catch right back up. I think this is a very high gear for Benier as well. Might be 4th gear in that Supra on a big fuel save right now. And that might come back to help him out a lot later on. Have a look at Renegade now. And the GDR behind his teammate Revs Law. At 1.5 seconds, Renegade will be wanting to prove his worth, as of course we've seen some fantastic performances from Revs to the point where people are calling for him to be put in Div 2 next season. Renegade will want a share of that light as well, looking to get close to Revs and prove that he can challenge. Look here, they exit the Fugner chicane, head into Stavelot. Gap hovering about 1.5 seconds. Purple sector for Renegade. I'm probably see purple sectors from everyone this lap. It'll be very interesting to see who goes purple in the end. Debrev actually the fastest car on the last lap, down in P9 in the CP Motorsports McLaren. So as the track dries, getting quicker and quicker back here. Gap still hovering. Just about 10 seconds to a guy with no skills in front, so Rev seemingly not able to take any time out of the black Rose car in front. Have a look what time he goes. 2:22. Renegade with a purple lap there. Steals it from Debrev. And of course, this is the time where you've got to start thinking about that extra point for the purple lap as well, because there is a point up for grabs for these guys, and currently held by Renegade. Debrev obviously looking to challenge that, because his pace is looking very good at the moment. Down in P9. Let's see what he can set this time around. 2:21.9 last time. Got a 2:21.3 to beat, and there we go. 21.0. So Debrev on pace. Watch the CP car.
And sounded very good doing it. That McLaren is crisp.
It's a good car, isn't it? That car, interestingly, very poor on acceleration, but its top end is fantastic, and you see it hauling down the Camel straight towards the end of it. Jump on board with him here, have a listen. As Graham pointed out, a great sounding car, and of course, close to home for both Aussies and Kiwis, the McLaren brand, founded by New Zealand motorsport driver Bruce McLaren. Purple sector through the first marker there for Debrev, so continuing his blistering pace here.
And these guys are throwing down purples, probably the top 4, top 5 are just throwing down purple sectors as the track dries and the tyres come in.
And we're reaching that crossover point where they can start using the curbs now as well, so that opens up the track a little bit more for these guys as well. Rev's Law has taken 5 seconds out of a guy with no skills this lap, so something's gone wrong for the Black Rose driver. He's 2 seconds down on his best, and his pace just doesn't seem to be improving. It was 2:23 2 laps in a row, as compared to a 22 and a 21 with Renegade back here in P2 and 3.
Yeah, it could be a tyre differential with the cold track. The softs coming home a little bit easier.
So is a guy with no skills on the softs as well?
He's on mediums.
So that might be making the difference there.
Yeah. And with these conditions, it will be a cold track, so grip's going to be harder to get.
Right, so the softs perhaps proving to be the best choice, although Womble would make an argument for the mediums as well, because he's still holding on to the position from Benier here under immense pressure from the Respawn driver, and setting faster laps too. That was a 21.7.
Oh, Revs has had a bobble out of T1, nearly hit the wall.
Still held on to the position, but he's lost a lot of speed there. Let's see if Renegade can challenge down the Camel straight. Over we go. Up the right-hander. A little bit of a lift there that time, but I think they're just about close on to go full flat through the Eau Rouge and Radeon sequence of corners. Might be doing a bit of fuel saving now, because he doesn't appear to be gaining on his teammate down here. 2.5 tenths purple on the fastest lap that he set on the previous lap there. He's got the benefit of the slipstream down the back straight there too. Guys need to get onto the competition up the front there. 4.5 seconds now the gap. Soft tyres should be faster. About a second a lap faster. Three GDRs occupying the podium positions.
Yep, and never discount a Porsche. Snake Eyes up to 6. And very, very consistent laps.
So he's on the softs as well.
Softs now, yep.
Very good.
And we haven't called out Keza, but he's been sitting around 6th or 7th all race. Again, consistent lap times, watching his tyres, watching fuel. So depending on when it rains and where they are on the track, it could bring him right back into it.
Well, I think Keza and Snake Eyes will be hoping for a long stint here, because the BRZ and Porsche tend to be quite good on their tyres. So they'll be hoping that these guys are forced to go longer than they would like on the current set. And if they can cut out a pit stop here with these cars, that might be extremely beneficial to them. So they're not out of
Yep.
this race yet.
And just looking at when cars pitted, there's probably 2 that got too close to that optimum 9 or 10 laps. The rest pitted short.
Shall we update everyone on what tyres and tyre wear is like? Do we want to do a
Yep.
APR Automotive tyre and fuel update?
Yep, no worries. So we got guys, no skills out the front on a fresh set of mediums. Although he did come in, it looks like lap 7, but they're not showing a lot of wear, and just on half a tank as he comes onto the straight. We've got Rebs on racing soft, a little bit better than half a tank, pitted a lap later by the look of that. Renegade on racing soft, better fuel than Rebs by about 3%. Womble's on mediums, and he's down to getting very close to a quarter of a tank, and he did come in on lap 6, lap 7, so he'll need to work out what he's going to run with his fuel strategy there, because it's almost a 999 to get through without that extra pit stop. Benia, who's just picked up a penalty, he's on racing softs, dead on half a tank. Snake Eyes on racing soft, just sitting on 1/3 of a tank. Keza, just a touch under half a tank, racing softs. Very minimal wear on those, and he boxed, 4 laps ago. So that BRZ's going really good on the fuel. VF, very similar tyre wear to Keza, a bit over half a tank, and he was one of the ones that got through to, looks like lap 9. And Debrev, one of the movers, just under half a tank, racing softs. Pretty good wear actually, not too different to the 2 guys in front. And I'm just looking at his laps, he's consistently in the 21s at the moment. Lambinator, yep, racing softs, just under half a tank. And we've got Poppers, racing softs. He's 1/3 of a tank, got a little bit of wear on his left rear, which the Alphas do. But other than that, Laminator's off in front. Oh,
gone onto the
Poppers have just missed him.
Outside.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was
That's
close.
gonna hurt.
That was almost a Ricardo moment.
2 big incidents this race, I think.
Yeah. Laminator. Sorry, did I get him? Yeah, racing softs and just under half a tank, and he's carrying a penalty after that spin.
All right. Well, as we end our tyre and fuel update, the battle up the top has reached its climax now. We're looking on board now from Renegade's car, who gets a great run through Rouge and Radion over his teammate ahead, who's deep in the slipstream of a guy with no skills. And there's a bump draft there from Renegade, so great moving from the Hooncorp drivers looking to team up and take down the Black Rose car. It's 2v1 at this stage as Revs looks to the outside of the Black Rose car, but pulls out of it at the last second. Not wanting to force the issue at this stage, playing it fairly careful. Renegade with front row seats to the action, as he's had so many times this race. So after all that, after that massive mistake from Renegade, and a 10-second increment for a guy with no skills with a great pit strategy, they're all back together on track once again.
Yep.
As we continue
Rebs
on.
is that Rebs that's picked up the penalty? Yep, half a second.
Yeah. He's copped that at probably a Rouge and Radion, I would imagine.
Geez, these Nissans are close.
Yeah, they're battling tooth and nail at the moment, these guys.
And actually, second and third's not a bad spot to be as a track dries, just from a slipstream point of view on fuel, because they did have to box early, so they can bring them back to the right marks. We got Womble in.
pull in off the mediums. He's run out of fuel now.
Yeah, I think coming in 2 stops in lap 14, he's burned the extra pit stops, so it's almost put softs on and go hard in every stint now.
Yeah, I think so.
Although
depending on the rain.
if the rain comes back, yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
that'll
just
be the one
looking
that you gotta
again
watch
at the
out for.
forecast. It hasn't changed. It's definitely there.
Battle rages on. Renegade now ahead of Revs, of course. Revs looking to the inside as they approach Rivage. Battling his teammate. An interesting strategy, I think. The guy with no skills could get away here. These guys are wasting time on their soft tyres. Look here, does Revs go around the outside? He does. And now we'll go in pursuit of a guy with no skills. Let's see what he can do.
Got a great run out of there.
Jump on board with a guy with no skills. I think we can't look back. I don't think we can actually. Have to look forwards with Revs here as they head onto the back straight through Stavelot.
The corner speed through that infield section was really showed the difference.
Here. The run out of Stavelot has made all the difference in the end. Revs Law takes the lead of the race after 15 laps here at Spa. Finally taking on a guy with no skills who has led most of this race and is now going to face a challenge from Renegade as well around the outside into the bus stop. And we'll come across the line to end lap 15 with Revs Law, your championship leader, leading the way here for the Enduro at Spa-Francorchamps. About 53 minutes to go, 52. Snake Eyes in, run out of fuel as well. So the fuel is going to be what makes the difference now for these guys, and I think the GDRs might be a fair bit better in the fuel department compared to the Supras and such. Actually, interesting development here. The windscreen wipers are going.
Yep, it's on the Camel Straight. It's just starting to drizzle.
This will be interesting as Renegade approaches the back of the Black Rose car and goes around the outside, swoops through before the corner is even reached, before even getting on the brakes, and through Lacon they go. Renegade now in P2. And that car is looking very roughed up on the front and the rear, that Hooncorp entry. So team owner Nismo Nath is going to have his work cut out for him, I think, to get that fixed up.
Actually, Womble might have pulled a master stroke here, and I didn't pick it up when he left the pits, but he came out on intermediates. He's had his weather radar set and he saw it.
The rain coming in now. If that rain is enough, could make all the difference for him. Although the guys out the front will still be faster than him right now, because ideally you do want to be on the slick tyre as long as it is dry.
Dry, yep.
A bit of rain coming down now. The drops on the track becoming a bit more prominent.
Yeah, that dry line, less than a lap, I think it'll be gone. It's getting very, very close at different sections now.
Still having a look at Womble. A little bit further down on these guys. We might see people starting to lose control if the rain comes down too much this lap. We'll see what these guys at the front do in terms of its strategy here. Renegade under threat from a guy with no skills, and Revs has taken off, as he does like to do, into the distance.
And he stayed out.
As indeed, as have the other two. So they go around again on their slick tyres.
And a 218. Wow.
They're looking very fast, these guys. Revs Law putting the hammer down. Yeah. Still close enough, or not close enough for the toe, rather. But he'll still follow the line of Renegade down the Kimmel Straight. Have a look further back at Benier, who's kind of on his own at the moment. Brev now in the pits. Will he box onto the intermediates? The wiper's no longer going, at least not on Snake Eyes' car. Makes it interesting. Will the Porsche box this lap? No, goes around again. Brev now in the box. These guys out front still trucking around on the slip tyres. Coming in now. Womble goes through, so he's now passing a couple of guys. See what DeBrev comes out on. Come on board here. Remains on the softs. So electing to run the slip tyres for a bit longer. Comes up behind Womble and he will be much, much faster here, I think.
Yeah, the water's already cleared from a lot of spots on the track, so it's just a quick shower.
I think we could probably expect to see heavier rain a bit later on. In fact, we'll have a quick look now at the weather forecast here. There it is, your Division 4 weather. So we're currently approaching the midpoint of the race, so we can expect the rain to start coming down fairly soon once we get over that halfway mark. You see the shower symbol there indicating that it will start to come down a little bit, or we may have just experienced it, but it will get heavier after that. So these guys looking to run a full stint on the slicks before we get to that point. Revs Law now in. Renegade goes around again. Guy with no skills goes around again. So this is interesting. Revslaw was out of fuel though. He had to pit that lap. See what Benier does. He goes around again. So the guys who have continued to go around will be hoping for rain in the next couple of laps to allow them the chance to pit onto the correct tyre, because I can imagine Rev's Law is probably going to come out on the slick tyre once again and look to run that for a full stint.
Yeah, if it does rain in this lap or two, guys like VF, Benier are going to be very well, maybe not Benier, but definitely VF. That will coincide with a change to intermediates or wets, and he's on a 999 strategy, which will get him home without that extra pit stop. So, interesting.
Revs comes back out on the slick tyres, and he will continue around. The clouds looking very dark and ominous. Dark and ominous in the background, if I can get my words out. And the track looking very, very dark now. You see the reflection of the headlights in the tarmac, thanks to the light layer of water sitting on the surface. The top two having not pitted yet, top four rather. Revs Law is your net leader, sitting down in 5th place now. So his hope now will be that it doesn't rain for a fair few laps, which forces the rest of the field into the pits.
And stay on softs the same tyre, yep.
That's right. The leaders will be hoping for rain right about now, which they're probably not going to get. Laminator in the pits down the bottom as well. Petey Pops coming around to start lap 18.
Yeah, I think you'll see VF Benier in this lap.
Now, an interesting choice. Laminator has gone on to the intermediates expecting rain. I don't know if that's from information on his weather radar or if that's just a guess hoping that rain is coming. Renegade into the pits. A guy with no skills follows suit. But into lap 18 now, these guys running very light on the fuel. If a guy with no skills decides the softs are worthy of use. BF also comes in. Benier into the pits also, so Revs Law will possibly assume the lead of this race when he comes out of La Source.
And DeBreven will get Womble, I think, through the next couple of corners. Unfortunately, the intermediates, the dry track has just killed them. It was just a little bit early. Yeah.
The risky choice, unfortunately, has not paid off for him, but it could have, given the right circumstances. It's still a fair while to go in this race. We've only just hit the halfway point, and there's Revs Law heading past the pit exit in first place, ahead of his teammate Renegade. A few seconds down here. And I would assume, actually, a guy with no skills has put the intermediates on. The windshield wiper of Renegade's car is going. Which tyres have these guys put on their cars? What's Renegade put on?
Renegade's running on softs, Rebs is on softs, guy with no skills on intermediates, Snake Eyes on softs, VF on softs, Benny is coming out on softs now, Deep Revs on softs, not long out of the pits, Womble's on the intermediates, he's got to run them through now, Kez is on intermediates, Popper's stayed on the softs, and Lemonade is on intermediates.
A few specks of rain on the surface of the track. A couple of raindrops here and there, so some of these guys might get lucky with their intermediate call, but it's going to depend on what happens in the next couple of laps. So a guy with no skills will be praying for rain right now. The guys in front of him being on the slick tyre and will be forced to pit again. He's followed very closely by Snake Eyes in the Porsche, who's on a great run here to catch up to a guy with no skills who it looks like might have had an incident at some point.
There might, yeah, just might be that difference too between intermediates and softs.
Here we go down the inside. No, thinks better of it. A guy with no skills forcing the issue here with Snake Eyes. Round out of Stavelot. Porsche right on the rear bumper of the GDR here. Windshield wipers are going. But there is definitely some rain falling. But is it enough to cause these guys to switch off their slick tyres?
Yep, it started to rain as you run into the penalty zone.
Renegade's in. Renegade has come in after one lap on the softs, presumably to put on the intermediates. That is huge. He's 14 seconds ahead of a guy with no skills, which means he's probably going to lose out here.
Yeah, the clouds look a little bit heavier this time.
It's looking dangerous. We'll have a look at Rev's Law, see if he's managing the conditions all right. Starting to see drops come across the screen. There's definitely evidence of it on the track. And there you go. The drops are coming down. Although no windshield wiper for Rev's Law at the moment, interestingly. Seems to be holding it together at this point.
Yeah, it's heavy enough you can hear it through the roof.
I think Rev's Law needs to think about a career in long haul heavy deliveries, because he just keeps on trucking. Bruno Name corner. Continues on, managing the conditions like nobody's business. That windshield wiper still not going. He does not appear to care about the rain coming down. Not even his vision matters.
And the track dampness now is right on that tipping point to intermediates.
So he might have made this call perfectly. This is also, of course, going to benefit the guy with no skills quite a lot, who will possibly come out ahead of him. In fact, he's only just ahead of Snake Eyes, I think. So Snake Eyes did not box, did he? Renegade boxed. Snake Eyes, I don't think he did.
No, he hasn't. Not since lap 16.
Flick tyre as well.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
possibly going to start falling off the back here shortly. Let's see how Revs handles Blanchimont in these changing conditions. We'll jump on board here, see if he brakes. Very slow and cautious through Blanchimont there. Definitely heading to the pits this time around. So I think we might see once again a guy with no skills. As Revs goes deep into the bus stop, he's lacking so much grip here. Be careful on pit entry, mate. We've seen your teammate go around here before. Manages to make it in. A guy with no skills will possibly assume the lead of this race here at the end of this lap. Off for the Porsche in the background. VF Is VF on the intermediates?
No, he's on soft, so I think he'll come in.
So those two behind a guy with no skills will box as well. A guy with no skills for the second time this race. VF goes around
VF stayed
again
out.
wildly on those soft tyres. A guy with no skills assumes the lead of the race. Revs Law fills up to 80 litres and comes out of the pits. He'll come out just behind his rival here. Great exit out of La Source for a guy with no skills, and he assumes the lead. Here at Spa-Francorchamps on the 21st lap for the second time this race, the Black Rose car is winning.
Oh, slightly wide. Yeah, and the other important thing is, if these guys go through, well, certainly guy with no skills, Revs, Renegade and VF, there's only one more stop to go. So they're all on the same fuel status now.
Assuming there's no change in conditions, yeah.
Oh, no change in conditions, yeah. But
VF might have booted himself out of contention for this race because he's still on the slick tyre. He's having to brake so early for Lecom.
oh, he's spun.
There's nothing he can do here. Just the wrong decision at the wrong stage in the proceedings. Whether he missed the pit entry or he deliberately chose not to go in, he has no grip out there.
No.
And nothing he can do. He's going to be challenged by Snake Eyes very shortly, who is on the intermediates. He just pitted in as we saw him. A guy with no skills has lost out to Revs Law. We've missed that. But an overtake has been made for the lead of the race. And once again, Revs Law assumes control of the field. The rain is really coming down now.
Oh, Revs is all... Oh, he was so close to hitting the grass.
Bit loose that time around, but
Yeah.
not enough for a guy with no skills to take advantage. But these guys are right on the edge of grip here. And look at the difference in lap time. Oh, Revs has gone around. There we go. The championship leader has spun it on the exit of Stavelot, and he's going to lose out to his teammate as well. He's going to get going again here. And be careful because it is very treacherous. Onto the power. There we go. He is moving. But he has to be careful because he's approaching Blanchimont. And for the third time this race, a guy with no skills for Black Rose Racing assumes control of the field. Out the front now by 5.5 seconds as he goes very deep into the bus stop there. So he's going to have to spend a bit of time relearning his lines. But the strategy call has paid off. And he now leads Renegade by 6.5 seconds or more. 7 now. Renegade into the pits. What's Renegade doing in the pits? He's on the intermediates.
Unless he thinks he's seeing it's heavier on the radar.
Putting on the wets perhaps. Revs Law is around again on the main straight.
Yeah, he had plenty of fuel.
I think we might be seeing Renegade go on to the wet tyres. Let's have a look here as he comes into the pit box. Up he goes. He is changing tyres. What's he putting on? No fuel going in. I think he's put the wets on. Indeed, he has. Now, that's an interesting choice. So, the difference between the intermediates and the wets is quite important to note. So, the intermediates generally are a lot faster, but the wets are a lot safer in the heavy, heavy wet conditions. So, when you get standing water on the track, big puddles forming that you dip a tyre into and you get zero water evacuation, the wets make it safe to drive over them at full throttle when you're driving in a straight line. On the intermediates, you'll lose grip in that tyre and you'll end up spinning the car. VF into the pits now from P8. Not actually a bad position to be boxing from, considering he spent that lap on the softs. See if he boxes onto the wet tyre. But we might actually see Renegade come back in this race because the drivers in front of him both are on the intermediates, which in the heaviest of wet conditions actually lack a fair bit of grip. You look at that. There's Revs taking the go-kart line as they head through Rivage. Very interesting run through there. Just wonder if he did it on purpose or not, because it might be faster on the outside of the corner.
Also, all the drivers now are running with traction control on, where there was a few that weren't, and they had some moments.
No surprise, really. So
Yeah.
traction control becoming a crucial part of the game here. We see the gap from Revs to a guy with no skills coming down a little bit, but also the gap that Renegade has also coming down. And that windshield wiper is going absolutely ballistic now too. Snake Eyes again, a quiet achiever in P4 here. 15 seconds clear of Benier, the Respawn Esports driver in the championship fight, with the guy currently sitting in P2, Revs Law, who's looking to score some great points this time around, and the guy with no skills even more so. 20 seconds to the good now for Black Rose Racing. If he just keeps it on the straight and narrow, he's really on for the win here.
Yeah, and it depends on the rain. This is very reminiscent of the Div 3 race. The wets under these conditions and track water were a little bit quicker, probably a second or so a lap. But once the track dried, the intermediates came home a lot quicker. So being on intermediates, if the rain doesn't hang around long, he certainly won't be disadvantaged.
There is a tipping point, and the rain is still coming down fairly strong, so I think but it looks like the guy with no skills and Revs Law are both opting to continue to run their current tyre and not make a change. Renegade is closing in on his teammate a little bit. He's now down to 3 seconds. But Revs might be struggling a little bit with the wet conditions. More time found through Rouge and Radion.
Yeah, the wets are, I remember Black Project in our race just pulled away in those first 6 laps or so.
Can make all the difference. Very early braking from these guys in the wet conditions, of course, with much less grip. You're looking at that 150 metre board back there on the Camel Straight to brake, when normally it would be about 100 metres, so an extra 50 metres added to their braking distance. So a lot of adjustments needing to be made by these drivers. Looking for quite a deep line through Rivage. Revs out there in front, looking a bit wide on exit there, but not too bad.
VF's had a moment. He's carrying a bit of damage on the front splitter. Just cleared up now.
Given the full lap he had to do on the slick tyre, he's not doing too bad, I think, to be in P9. Ommel, of course, who was on an alternate strategy, now sitting in P8. Is he on fairly worn intermediates, or is he boxed for new ones?
He's boxed for new wets.
Ah, right, okay. But he's not in a bad spot then.
No,
Might
so we've got
catch
Renegade and Womble are the only 2 on wets.
Prove interesting as we go on. Renegade seemingly not able to take any time out of his teammate, and same to be said about Revs on a guy with no skills. 18 seconds now the gap. He's found about a second or so in the last lap. Maybe slightly more, as that gap is coming down here as he heads through Blanchimont into the bus stop. Approaching a back marker here in the form of Petey Pops in the Alpha. Gap to Renegades extended back out a little bit now. Our leader, a guy with no skills, looking cool, calm and collected out the front. His strategy has been masterful this evening so far. He's got one more pit stop probably to judge. So far, his decision making has been second to none. Revs Law sitting in P2, 6 seconds clear of his teammate now, so Renegade having a bit of trouble back there in the GDR, and cuts a large swath out of the Radion corner. That will probably come with an invoice, although in the wet conditions, apparently not. This just in, track limits do not exist on Radeon.
Yeah.
As
Or
proven
it's
by
just
Renegade.
slowed up enough. Yeah, just slowed up. The pace is just slowed enough not to trigger them.
Yeah, I wonder if he lifted off the throttle at just the correct time or something. I don't know if that's a thing or not, but whatever it was, it's worked for him. I don't think he gained any time, so it doesn't matter too much. But yeah, the game electing not to apply a penalty there.
Yeah, if you can get off the throttle, you can sometimes waive the penalty. As long as you're not quicker through the corner and you'd normally be through the entry's pace.
Yeah, I'd say the judgment of the game there should be fairly on it as far as how much time gained and things like that. The gaps across the field have extended out. If you have a look at the track map, you can see there's a big gap between each driver, about 15 seconds either side everywhere, except for Revslaw and, the back marker. My apologies. I thought it was Renegade and Revs, but no, it's Revs and Petty Pops, who is currently under blue flags. Head round onto the back straight. The wet's not quite coming into effect for Renegade so far, unfortunately. But they may have been slightly safer than when he was already on. We're going on board with Revslaw, our championship leader. There's the blue flags being waved at Petty Pops. To the bus stop. Pops pulling to the inside there to allow Revs through.
Yeah, Revs is struggling with traction.
No surprise. Front engine, rear wheel drive monster of the GTR. Here we go on exit here. So he was forced to allow Petty Pops back through. Flash of the lights there to signal the intentions of Revslaw, the Hooncorp driver. Blue flag is out. There you go. You see the course marshal waving it for Petty Pops. Looks like he is off to the side here. Renegade is catching up, so this issue that he's having with Petty Pops might actually be affecting his race with Renegade here, because Renegade's taken about a second and a half, close to 2 seconds now out of him this lap since the bus stop. So Revslaw really needs to get by, and he has done. There we go.
Yep.
So he is through ahead of Petty Pops, and now pulling the gap once again, just over 5 seconds there. Look back now, Renegade on the back of the Alfa Romeo, far behind it. He needs to get by as quickly as possible to try to go in pursuit of his teammate. There we go, Petty Pops jumps out of the way. Snake Eyes is definitely worth watching. He's currently just shy of 14 seconds down on Renegade ahead of him. Face down the Hooncorp driver. Been a great race so far for Snake Eyes, sitting P4 for ISA Esports. Ahead
Yeah,
of...
I'm pretty sure he had some trouble in the first lap where he dropped back a bit, so
Yeah, he did.
good recovery.
He has had a great recovery drive so far. Brought it back to P4. Notably ahead of the pole sitter, Debrev, who has found himself... Where is Debrev?
P6.
Ahead of Debrev, of course, in the McLaren for CP Motorsports, who did have the fastest lap until Revslaw obliterated it on the driest piece of track.
Yeah, it looks like he's just boxed for new intermediates. So I'm just trying to work it out from the lap times.
I would assume that there's not much wear on these intermediates given the current condition. Probably not wearing too much. And it looks like the rain might have stopped because I'm starting to see a slightly darker line forming on the track now. So if we get a wide shot here as we come onto the Camel Straight, you'll be able to have a look here. Conditions not really providing a good look, but head down Camel. Still kicking up plenty of moisture, so plenty of water still on the track. Perhaps I was imagining. But on the home straight, it looked like there was a bit of a dry line starting to form, so track beginning to dry potentially. We're seeing 251s from Rev's Law at the moment, so keep an eye on those times to make sure that we are, see if we are getting a faster track.
And actually the rain stop, if the rain does stop now, which is forecast, perfect timing because these guys can get home on 9 laps, 10 laps. Dry race distance 38. I think in the wet it drops down to 36 due to time loss. So we're right on the money where they can fuel up, put softs on and run home.
So we are, yeah, we're approaching an ideal pit window for these guys. So
Yep.
they'll probably, yeah, it'll depend a lot on how far they can go on their fuel before they pit, because the track is not drying particularly fast. There you go, you can see the line starting to appear now, where the guys are racing most of the time, but it's certainly not dry enough yet for slicks, so they need to squeeze a few more laps out of the cars at the very least. There's still some puddles on the edge of the circuit you can see there as well, so they need to squeeze a few more laps out of these inters, and fuel will probably be the deciding factor for that, for these guys here. So whoever can go the furthest might be in the best position, because if you had to pit right now, what tyre would you put on? Assuming the rain has stopped, which it appears it has, the wipers are no longer going on the cars, the track appears to be drying. If we assume there's going to be no rain until the end of the race, and you box now onto a track that's still half wet, do you put the softs on or do you put the intermediates on? And that'll be the question going through the minds of all of these drivers right now. So Revs will go around again. I presume Renegade probably will as well.
If they can get another lap or even 2, it's getting very close to tipping point, run home on softs, because they can do 9 laps.
This is that point as well we were talking about with the intermediates versus the wets, where the intermediates start to get stronger again, and the wets of Renegade might start running into problems back there. Snake Eye is looking very solid in his P4 at the moment, 29 seconds ahead of Benia for Respawn Esports. And no other major battles on track right now, by the look of things anyway. Closest 2 cars on track, probably Womble and Keza, but not really in a fight at the moment, just kind of cruising around, putting their laps in.
Yeah, I wish the Channel 7 forecast was as good as the Sector 1. But anyway.
Well, because we have manipulation of the game, our accuracy is second to none. We start a weather channel.
Yeah. But also, Keza, I know he's sitting back a bit, but it's been pretty much looking at that a mistake-free run, although he's just boxed. I wonder if he'll go to softs. He had to for that because of his fuel.
Is interesting, yeah. So he's down to 7 litres, so he's been forced to pit in. Now, this is the question that I was asking before. This is the point where you start asking yourself, do you put on the slick tyre and hope for no more rain, and take the gamble on a drying track that's not quite ready for the slick tyre just yet, or do you put the intermediates back on and waste a pit stop?
I reckon run soft, but do not touch the throttle leaving the pits.
Do you think, based on the, I'm sure you can see the moisture meter of the guys who are driving on the dry bit of track. Do you think it's dry enough to slicks right now?
It's right on the cusp, yeah.
So it's close enough.
The problem is you've got to be right on that dry line. Accuracy is critical.
Yep. So this is the perfect risk here for Keza if he puts on the softs. And there we go. He is on the softs. That pit exit is going to be super slow. You can see there on board with the car. Oh,
no.
and he's spun it on the wet stuff. There it goes. Although, to be fair, not too much time lost, actually. He's actually recovered that quite
No,
well.
lucky
I think.
he's pointing the right way.
So he's now been lapped by a guy with no skills in P1, who's gone around again on the intermediate. So these guys are going for the one extra. But I wonder if Kiz has made the right call here. Made it through Eau Rouge and Radion. Now this is the part where the soft tyres will start to shine. So you think that the track is dry enough to get around fairly quickly, do you?
I went on at this stage, went on to softs, and with a bit of traction control and staying on the dry line, it worked really well because within a lap or two, the track just come to the car.
Oh, and he's got enough fuel to make it home, no problem. See if he can't catch up to our leader, a guy with no skills, but definitely playing it very safe so far this lap. A guy with no skills, no such issues for him, pushing the car all the way out to the exit curb with that intermediate tyre, able to make it all the way round.
He's been able to hold that gap around that sort of 15 to 16 seconds as well, so he's done a good job holding revs off.
Very, very well here, and now it's all about just making the correct decision about when to put on the slicks. And there's Womble into the pits now, so he'll probably be putting the slicks on now too, if he knows what's good for him. And probably the softs this time around as well, because last time he put the mediums on. I think that they didn't get used to their full potential, where the softs would have probably been better. See what he puts on. Guy with no skills, with a great display of strategy so far this race, and very consistent driving all the way through here. I'd say if I was in his position, there we go, one ball onto the medium tyre. If I was in a guy with no skills position, he's a bit wide at Blanchimont, I'd probably be inclined to do a lap or two more on the intermediates for the sake of safety. Because let's say Revs puts on the slicks this time around. He's taken a huge risk. The pressure is all on him. And realistically, how much time are you going to lose from a car that's gone onto slicks on a track like this? You might lose 1 or 2 seconds a lap, 2 laps. Now that is not enough to make an impactful difference against a 16-second gap. And Revs has elected to go around again, as has Renegade, on his wets even. That is, Snake Eye's behind, and Keza is looking fairly quick now. He's closed in on the Hooncorp driver and will be looking to probably unlap himself at some point soon.
And the other thing too, the guys in the front, their intermediates and wets were hardly worn through that wet stint, so they can push hard on a couple of laps while the track dries.
They've got a bit of a window here, but they've got to be clever with it.
Although maybe the first 2, this is their fuel window with what, 8 laps, potentially 8 laps to go, maybe 9.
Are they on to fuel light?
Yeah, we've got guy with no skills and revs just touched the fuel light, which sort of 1.5 laps, I think. Renegade, he could easily go another.
I think we'll probably see a guy with no skills and revs both come in this lap, just to play it safe on that fuel number. If they're on 10% or less now, they're probably not going to make another lap after this one. The bread comes in.
I reckon they'll come in about 5 or 6%. Yeah.
So we might see Renegade go 1 extra, which might make all the difference. Although he is on the wet tyres, which will burn out very, very quickly.
Yeah, he's had hardly any wear at the moment, and he's only 0.7 of a second slower a lap than revs.
Looking at about 15 minutes to go here, 15.5 minutes for these guys.
And he might gain a second or 2 in the fuel.
Of course, yeah, Renegade would have fueled up a little bit extra, so he might find a little bit of time there. Look at a guy with no skills as they head towards Blanchimont. Not using any of the AstroTurf on the outside, and he goes a bit wide on exit there once again. 2 laps in a row. Debrev has come in. Sorry, he's put on the soft tyres, my mistake. I thought he'd boxed off the softs. And here we are. Into the pits comes a guy with no skills now. Careful on pit entry, it's a bit wet, and he's going to have to be even more careful on the way out as well. as I imagine he'll be putting the soft tyres on for that final run.
Yeah. I
And
think
Revs
Snake
comes in
Eyes,
too.
if he comes in this lap, he'll pick up quite a few seconds because his fuel's much better and he can put on softs and run home hard. And the Porsche's quick.
Renegade in also. Let's see what Snake Eyes does. He goes around again.
No.
Now, Benny is a fair way back, but I can imagine that he'll probably be in as well because he's on a fairly similar strategy with guys out the front. Now, a guy with no skills, he's not going to need a full tank here, so it's going to be interesting to see what sort of fuel number he puts in here. Just over 75% now. There we go.
Yep.
So 77 litres on board. So he's expecting to see 7 or so laps, I think, here.
Yeah, I think it'll go 7. It'll go to 36.
Gotta be careful on exit here. Careful.
Ooh.
Oh, he's a bit sideways, but he makes it onto the dry line just about. I think it might have been traction control that saved him. I heard that audible gasp from your end there, Graham. That
mate.
was heart-wrenching
Having-
stuff, and I can imagine Jimmy Superfly is... Oh, his heart rate would be through the roof right now watching that happen.
Having done that last race, coming out of my first pit stop and a bit of wee come out, I know what it's like.
So, with all that happening, I know it doesn't really count for too much, but Snake Eyes does lead the way for this race now, out front for ISA Esports. So, leading his first lap of his Sector 1 career. I think it is anyway. I don't have that stat on hand, but I'm sure that is the case because he's only a couple of races in.
Oh, someone in front's yellow flag.
So nothing for Snake Eyes, nothing for a guy with no skills. And off goes Keza, I think that was, at No Name Corner. Yep, it was indeed. So just a little bit of a touch of the curb on the outside now. You can take solace in the fact that even the best in the world have made that mistake. We've seen Angel Nostroza from Chile, who drove for Porsche at the World Finals last year, make that exact mistake on the exit of Rivage on the way towards No Name Corner. Put a tyre in the into the wet stuff on the curb on the outside and lost the car on that dry tyre. Make all the difference.
And while that's been happening, Renegade's closed up to 1.8 on revs.
Yep, so he's very close now on the slick tyre revs. 3 seconds behind Benia, who's gone for an extra lap, just to be safe here by the looks. And of course, Snake Eyes yet to pit again as well. Comes in off the intermediate to expect to see Benia probably this lap as well, to release the Hooncorp drivers. There's been an incident back here. Renegade and Revs. I think Revs went off at the exit of Stavelot. Let's have a look here and see what happened. So just in between them, he's got on the curb by the looks, and that's let through his teammate. Wow, Revs Law, an uncharacteristic mistake there to be making at this stage of the race. Benia continues around, by the way, just quietly. And there's Womble as well. Womble under blue flags, gets out of the way just about, but makes it very sketchy.
Renegade's spun T1, and Snake Eyes is out in front.
Exit of turn 1. Snake Eyes is around as well. It's very treacherous on the exit of turn 1 there because the wet line isn't really fully formed.
Yeah, you've almost got to use the paint in the dry line. Yep.
Let's have a look here. As he approaches turn number 1. On board now.
Renegade's gone at the top of the Rouge. Oh, sorry, Snake Eyes.
All kicking off now. So here's the exit. Onto the wet stuff on the inside, and there it goes as Snake Eyes exits the pits there on the dry part of the track just ahead.
Yeah, unfortunately, Snake Eyes lost it at the top of a Rouge, so he's back into 4th.
He's managed to keep it ahead of Renegade for now, but Revs has taken P3. He's 22 seconds behind Benia now.
Oh,
Benia,
he's gone again.
Oh, there we go.
Off that dry line is treacherous.
So Snake Eyes just cannot wrap his head around the dry line in the Porsche. So he's got to stay off the curbs. And it's very, very easy to get offline during Les Combs chicane as well, because the dry line doesn't really follow the proper racing line. You've got to be very careful through there. Now, tell me, Graham, does Benier have enough fuel to get home?
He has enough fuel to get to the pits, unfortunately.
So he'll be in this lap. Okay.
He'll be in this lap.
I thought he'd pulled a master stroke,
Yeah.
and he was going to just run the intermediates to the end with a 20-second gap to Rev's Law, but it looks like not so. So he'll box for the softs this time around.
That's right, yeah.
Now, I don't want to curse him too early because the commentators have a habit of doing that, but a guy with no skills, he's on for the win here. And it's looking like it's going to be very difficult for anyone to take it away from him, barring a mistake.
He's plenty of fuel, his tyres are good. We've also got, I'm just looking at Benier. He comes out, he'll only need a short fuel. He could come out into
I think he'd be
third.
fourth. Probably
Or
not
just
third, I
fourth.
think he'd be fourth, yeah. But he might be close enough to Revs to mount a challenge.
Yeah.
Have to look at that later. There's a yellow flag on the Kemmel Straight, and looks like the Bacchus car has gone around. So VF and P8 has put it in the fence. Needs to get going here. Gets back on the track. Snake Eyes seems to have got himself back together here. Benier has fueled up. Have a look here as he heads out of the pits. Has Renegade gone around again? No, he hasn't. On the way out, Benier, careful on the throttle. And Snake Eyes does go around him. But Benier's in the box seat here. Look at the P4, potentially P3 as well.
He's
A 10
running
second
a
gap
lot
to
of,
Renegade.
yeah, and he's running a lot of fuel loads, so you have some pace.
Might have to fuel save that if he's run a bit short, but the other guys might have miscalculated. Possible that this close to the end, Benier was able to make a more accurate decision on how many laps he thinks that we will get out of this race. But as it stands, with 7.5 minutes remaining in this race, a guy with no skills leads by 33 almighty seconds out front ahead of the championship leader Rev's Law, who has a 5-second gap to his teammate Renegade, who's had a couple of incidents. Actually, Revs has had an incident of his own too, so these guys are currently kind of net position on track as they would be without those incidents, and they've got a Snake Eyes who's also been a little bit prone to incidents on this stint, sitting about 10 seconds down on them in the Porsche, also on the slick tyre. Benier in P5 in the Supra for Respawn Esports. We see Petey Pops finally coming. Petey Pops has got himself up to P7. I don't know when that happened, but he has climbed back up through the field a fair bit, assuming this pit stop goes to plan. To be ahead of Keza is quite the achievement so far, I think. Debrev is a long way behind Benier, about 1.5 minutes and about a lap down on the leader, a guy with no skills, who is just behind him on Eau Rouge and Radion here. And that gap is only getting bigger as well. A guy with no skills is 34 seconds ahead now. Head through Kemmel into Les Combs. Guy with no skills leading dominantly with a fantastic display of driving so far this evening. En route to lapping another back market in the form of Debrev, the pole sitter, who put in the fastest lap in qualifying. It's just a testament to how well the Black Rose racing driver has performed during this race. His strategies have been perfect from start to finish. It's almost like he knew when it was going to rain, he knew when it was going to stop raining, and he knew when the track would be ready for slick tyres. And he's absolutely nailed every pit stop perfectly. His fuel numbers have been bang on. He's been untouchable. The others have not been able to come close at all. And now 34 seconds is the gap to Rev's Law, who has shown us time and again that he can outpace the guys in this division by gaps similar to what a guy with no skills was pulled out in front with a 34-second lead. in a standard length race even, as displayed at Watkins Glen last time around. To be beating him by a similar gap, a guy with no skills, may have just found his rhythm with Sector 1 sim racing.
Very clinical, safe drive. I can't recall any mistakes. There might have been one early in the piece, but just a minor bobble. But yeah, very dominant.
I think he might be the only person hasn't had a full-on off this entire race. Revs has, Renegade has, Snake Eyes has, as of the last pit stop.
And very hard to do in the, yeah, very hard to do in these conditions. We've had 2 lots of rain, and very, I guess, wet and dry conditions in between. It's very different to the races last week. So these guys have done a really good job. Yeah.
I can speak from experience. It's very easy to make those mistakes. I did it myself just last week.
Ditto.
In Division 1, had a couple of spins actually. So, you know, that is a mega performance from a guy with no skills to come at least this far and presumably to the end of the race with not a single off track in these conditions is absolutely insane. Now, the only question for him is, and I would suggest that I know the answer to this question if I was his race engineer. Do you go for the fastest lap at this point in the race? You could even pick for a fresh set of softs. He's got that window. 33 seconds to Rev's Law behind. Assuming he didn't put any fuel in, he could box for a new set of softs and shoot for a fastest lap. Is it worth it?
I would be putting the win in the bank.
I think so too. I think that's a fairly easy decision to make, of course. On this drying track, it is going to get quick towards the end here, but I think he's just going to bring home the win for Black Rose Racing. Might be their first win in Sector 1 history. Is that right? I'm sure James will tell us in the chat. No. he'll have that information on hand.
There's still definitely wet patches. The race line is dry, but if you're pushing for a fast lap and you do go wide, it could get ugly.
Yeah, it's a risk, a big risk you wouldn't want to make. Probably just going to bring it home. Probably time for one more lap here, a victory lap if you will, if you're a guy with no skills after this one. So 35 will be the final count. Rev's Law, 32 seconds behind, actually coming slightly under threat from his teammate Renegade. Jump on board with the Hooncorp driver in 3rd place. All of these guys now on the soft tyres, and the fuel will be an interesting factor towards the end. Who's fueled enough for these final laps, and is anyone compromised? Will anyone run out at the end? It's not something we haven't seen before.
I reckon they'll be right.
So no one on the fuel light at this stage?
No, everyone's got this last bit. Some are carrying a bit too much fuel, but yeah, most have got it right.
Probably better to play it safe in a race as long as this one, but that gap, Renegade is, if he plays his cards right this lap, he will be able to challenge his teammate. He's getting very close here. Look at this. He's in the slipstream now. He's pulled nearly 3/4 of a second from the bus stop to La Source here as they approach Eau Rouge and Radion. Can he go full flat over the top? A little bit of a lift there. It's just enough to drop him a little bit further behind his teammate because he managed to take it flat by the look of things.
These guys have team rules?
I wouldn't know.
I reckon Renegade's purple. I reckon he should just send it.
He's looking fast. It's not like they're at risk from Snake Eyes behind unless they have an incident. So they should be free to race, but it depends if their team owner's in their ear or not, letting them know what's what. But very close now is Renegade. Just have a quick look back at Snake Eyes, who's actually got a bit of pressure from Benia as well back here, who's just going through on the Lightning Motorsport car, and Petey Pop's in front of the Brev there. Snake Eyes as well. So this is getting interesting also. So there's two, on the final lap of a 90-minute race, we've got two massive battles one between two teammates here of Renegade and Revs Law. Renegade challenging his teammate on this final lap for that position, and then Benia only a second and a half behind Snake Eyes, who's getting held up by Petey Pops. Have a look once again as they come through Stavelot. There's not much time left for Renegade to make a move. He's going to need a good slipstream onto this back straight here. He needs a great run out of here. Look at this. He's got more toe than a Roman sandal coming out of Stavelot. But he peels out, looks to the outside. Is he going to challenge here into the bus stop? We'll have a look. It looks like he's looking for an opening. A little bit of a lift into Blanchimont. Is he going to be too far behind now? The Brev crosses the line P6. We've missed a guy with no skills taking his first victory. Renegade will not be able to challenge his teammate to the line. A guy with no skills takes the spoils for Division 4. And here comes Revs Law across the line, your championship leader with P2 and Renegade P3. A great result for Hooncorp Esports today. Snake Eyes will take P4 just ahead of Benia behind Petey Pops there. The back marker and the Lightning Motorsport car of Laminator in P10, I think that was. I'm not sure. But, oh my word, it got really intense right at the end there. And yes, that is Black Rose Racing's first win in Sector 1 history. And what a victory it was. Dominant display from this man, a guy with no skills, showcasing that, in fact, he does have skills. The skills to pay the bills and defeat the monster of Division 4, Revs Law, who has dominated this season and is running away with the championship. A guy with no skills plants his foot and says, no more. I'll have this one, thank you very much, and takes the win here at Spa in the Enduro with a fantastic drive and display. What a fantastic drive from him it was.
Yeah, very dominant, and especially in that first section in the wet, you know, his speed was a fair bit faster than most, but no, very dominant display. No mistakes, precision when the drying line was coming out, and he just pulled away.
Yeah, it was an unbelievable drive, and, you know, not a lot of people expected that given his, you know, how dominant Revs has been for this season. And it's his first season in Sector 1 as well for a guy with no skills, so a fantastic drive to get his maiden win and the maiden win for his team. I'm sure he'll be getting shouted the beers by the Black Rose team owner, Jimmy Superfly, in celebration. And we'll have a look at the results now for you here. Here we are. Guy with no skills takes an emphatic victory. 30 seconds clear of the championship leader in Revs Law, who did score the fastest lap with a 2:18.9 in the dry part of the race. Renegade, the second of the Hooncorp car, comes home in P3. So yet another fantastic outing for the Hooncorp outfit. Snake Eyes with a great result there, and P4 for ISA Esports. Benia in P5 for Respawn. Debrev for CP Motorsports in the 650S finishes P6 after getting pole position. So I think there will be an extra point on hand for him for that pole position. BF ends up P7 after that particular strategy call that saw him on the wet track with dry tyres, unfortunately dropping him back a little way. Keza Johnson in P8 for Brocky 05 Sim Racing. Petey Pops for Doghouse in P9 ahead of Laminator and Womble. Laminator for Lightning Motorsport, of course, and Womble, the team owner of Red Mist Racing. I'm so proud of how familiar I am with the teams now and the association with the drivers, that I'm able to rattle them off like that. I never used to be able to do that. So I'm glad I can give you guys all the information as it comes through. So driver of the day now. Who thinks what? What do you think? Graham, we'll start with you. Who's your driver of the day?
Look, very dominant display, but guy with no skills. But I really like the way Renegade took the race apart. Had a few issues, but, you know, he's 4/10 behind at the end. And there were times there where I thought he gave good support to his teammate Revs. Yeah, so Renegade for me. Snake Eyes a close second because he came from a long way back, and that Porsche, he drove it well to come home, and he wasn't that far off the pace. But I've just got to say, it was really good to see with the Div 4 guys, very respectful racing in difficult conditions. There are a few individual mistakes, but they raced well against each other.
Yeah, it was really good to see, and I tend to agree with you as well. I think Snake Eyes and Renegade are definitely your top two choices if you discount a guy with no skills. I'm really not a fan of giving Driver of the Day to the winner, but you know, if he hadn't won, he'd be hands down Driver of the Day because it was such a perfect display of driving, perfect strategy calls every time, into the pits, right on time every time, perfect tyre choice, filled up the tank to the right level every time, which just so happened to be full, I think it was. And, you know, just a great display of driving. So he would be my Driver of the Day if he didn't win, but I'm going to have to give it to Snake Eyes for his P4 drive. A great result for him, a great drive for him. One major mistake, which was that, I think, exit of the pits and over Rouge and Radion on that particular lap where he put the softs on on the drying track at the end of the race. But otherwise, a great drive, and very similar for Revs and Renegade. I think we've come to expect the very best from Revs, so it's a slightly disappointing result for him from some perspectives. But still, P2 is nothing to sneeze at in this lobby, especially with Renegade breathing down his neck there right at the end. So, yeah, I'd say I'll give it to Snake Eyes myself, and obviously one for Renegade from you, Graham.
Yep.
And I think in the chat we've got another one for Renegade, and I think another one for Snake Eyes as well. So it's dead even between those two at the moment. So make sure you drop a vote for whoever you think. And we'll move on to Division 2 very shortly. But for the meantime, we will go to an intermission. See you guys back here in about 5 minutes. Welcome back, Sector 1 Sim Racing fans from Australia, New Zealand, and around the world. We are back for another endurance race here at Spa-Francorchamps in Belgium. 90 minutes of hardcore racing coming up for you for Division 2. Let's have a quick look-see at our Division 2 standings as they sit right now. So you see at the top there, Lenosis for Obsession Motorsport driving the Toyota, with a 205 point score just ahead of Old Wakey for Kraken Esports there in P2. And we've got Lunacy in for Blacklight Motorsport in P3, rounding out podium positions there. So a pretty close fight up the top there. You see that position between Old Wakey and Lunacy really up for grabs. We've seen, much like Revs for Division 4, Lenosis walking away with a couple of drives so far this season. So we'll see if he can do the same here at Spa under the ever-changing weather conditions. Let's have another look at the weather for this round here for Division 2. So continuing on what we had just before, we've got it starting fairly damp and then hitting some very heavy rain early on in the race, and then looks like it's going to stop around the midpoint or just lighten up a little bit and then get heavy again at the end of the race. So probably a intermediates on from start to finish sort of race, but we'll see what these guys do and strategy changes and things like that. I'm sure they'll make it very interesting for us. I am joined in the box for this race this evening by my good friend CarbonBoy. How are you doing, mate?
I'm doing fairly well, thank you, Adam. How's yourself?
Yeah, I'm not too bad. I'm looking forward to this one. So once again, of course, no mandatory tyres to be used given the ever-changing weather conditions. Have you seen much of the wet weather driving from the guys on the grid here tonight, mate?
I have been. I've been spending some time out on track with them myself, actually, just for a bit of fun, just to see where I stack up in the division above me. Not great is the answer to that. But so far looking menacing in the wet is my teammate Lenosis. Also, the debutant, Tim Durags, is also looking quite hot out in the ICE Esports Porsche.
So another debutant for ICE Esports this time around. So a newbie once again. And you say he's looking hot despite the damp conditions. That's quite hard to do a lot of the time, so that's very impressive. We'll
he's doing very well at it.
Yeah, we'll have to keep our eye on him. What say you to getting qualifying underway?
I think that is an excellent suggestion. I just need to find the button because somebody has decided to remove the orange paint off it again.
Who was that left there by? I seem to forget.
I don't know, some crazy guy.
Gotta leave it there. Oh well, we'll get it going very shortly for these guys. Qualifying session in the rain here at Spa-Francorchamps once again. So to remind you, of course, 20 corners around Spa-Francorchamps, starting with La Source, heading into Eau Rouge and Rédillon, up to the Les Combes chicane, followed by Rivage, No Name, and Pouon, the sweeping double left-hander. Then the Fognes chicane, followed by Stavelot 1 and 2. And the Blanchimont corner before the bus stop there at the end of the circuit to complete the lap. A very challenging circuit and a very difficult middle sector to deal with. So a lot of these guys will have their work cut out for them. But a nice balanced track. There's not a really huge advantage to any one car around here, which is what we like to see in Sector 1, of course, in this multi-make series. And of course, all of these cars with their own different strengths and weaknesses, but tonight we'll be looking to dominate the Belgian circuit here in the rain this evening. And of course, the beauty of being on Gran Turismo 7, despite the heavy weather conditions and the ridiculous driving conditions that these guys will be subjected to, no chance of the race being rained off as it was last year in the Formula 1 season. Due to heavy rain, they just can't hack it over there in the Formula 1 series. So,
alrighty, I have 13 drivers in the pits ready to roll. The button has been pressed.
Right, our guys are off and running very shortly. 10 minutes of qualifying for these guys, so we're looking to see what about 2 laps each or so?
I'd say they might get 3 in, even in these conditions.
3 laps, probably first 2 in a row, and then box for a fresh set, depending on how things go, I would imagine. So we will jump to qualifying now. Let's see what these guys are up to. We come out of the pits for the first time on board with Karen. It looks like everyone on the intermediate tyre to account for the weather conditions that we've got at the moment. We'll have a quick look through our grid while we've got a little bit of time on our hands. Leading the way is your Division 3 champion for last season, Dadson, for Bacchus, for Dadson Racing, in the Bacchus livery car, the Mercedes AMG. Looking beautiful as ever in its black and gold livery. Cruisin follows him in the Ferrari for Blacklight Motorsport, the ammo liveried car. Gone for a bit of a change this time around for a blue and white livery, looking like a retro style sort of livery, perhaps special for this round for the Blacklight outfit. Black Friday in the Red Mist racing car. I believe that's the Windjammer. No, the Wayfarer. I can't remember which drink that
The
one
Wayfarer
represents.
it is?
It is the Wayfarer. I've nailed it.
Yes.
Second, only took me 2 goes. So the blue.
It started with
outfit-
W. You were on the right track there.
It's not too bad. There it is. On the side there, you can see it. But beautiful looking car as ever. And we've got our debutant, Tim Durags, in the Porsche for ISA Esports, following around Black Friday. And he's followed closely by the second entrant of tonight for Black Rose Racing, DP Mario. So DP Mario, of course, will be looking to replicate the work of his teammate in Division 4, going on to win the race here at Spa in the Enduro by over 30 seconds. So he'll be looking to do his best to imitate what was done in the first race of the evening. Evil Evo 9 in the Alfa Romeo 4C for Doghouse. They're sitting in the middle of the pack. These guys are very close together, so we're looking to spread out a little bit. We see a big sideways moment for Black Friday there as they head through the exit of Stavelot, and your championship leader Lenosis there in the dark blue Obsession Motorsport Supra with the white roof there, just coming around through Blanchimont now. There he is with the orange accents there, so keep an eye out for him. The bright pink wheels do give him away, so keep an eye out for that guy. Old Wakey, second in the championship at the moment, behind Lenosis. In front of him for Kraken Esports. Big Rocks Brewing branded car there, heading through the bus stop to start the first of the flying laps on the intermediate tyre. And that championship battle is looking very hot. I'm very excited to see what happens between Old Wakey and Lenosis, particularly here in qualifying. We've got Karen Unleashed in the Deeds Subi BRZ there in P8 there, ahead of Crazy Good Kung Fu, who is right behind him here in the Porsche ISA Esports entry. There we go, the blue and pink just coming through on the way down to Eau Rouge and Radeon. Stickers, team owner for Lightning Motorsport in his newly outfitted Supra with their new style livery for this round in the black and green. Black Friday we've already been over, and Pat Star for Doghouse in the red car for that particular brand in the Alfa Romeo 4C, and teammate to Cruisin to Lunacy in the ammo car, actually in the original livery for the team, the black and white. Stark contrast to the blue and white of his teammate up ahead at the front of the field. Currently leads the way, does Cruisin, so looks like either they swap positions on the outlap, or Cruisin has run a slightly faster qualifying lap than Dadson there, the Div 3 champion, as signified by the yellow banner across the windshield of the car in second place there. So there's the yellow banner of a division champion over his car.
I've just been scrolling through the field as they're out on their first flying lap, and I've noticed that it's a fairly even spread of the drivers who are running traction control and the ones who are not. With
About half and
13
half.
13. Well, with 13 drivers, we can't have one running half traction control, unfortunately. But it's a 7-6 split.
Okay, in favour of traction control?
Which would you like to guess?
I'm going to guess that the 7 is traction control.
And that would be a very correct guess.
Oh, very good.
Well done.
I'm onto it. All right, so less than half opting to run no traction control. Be a man, as many would say. I don't think that's an accurate statement. But cruising to cross the line first, set the first representative lap time number 2:29, followed by Dadson, 0.6 behind. DP Mario goes to provisional pole early. Evil Evo and Lemnosis only to P3, which is, for him, disappointing. Stickers goes to provisional pole by a 1.5 nearly over Karen Unleashed in the BRZ. So the Supra looking very quick round here in the hands of the Lightning Motorsport team owner. What a lap from the team owner. And Lunacy goes high. I think the track might be drying out. I don't see any rain coming down. I don't see any windshield wipers on. So I can only assume that the guys at the back of the field are actually getting a drier track than the others. Black Friday's in. Is he putting the slicks on? Yes, he is. He's gone on to the softs. He's taken the risk early.
Brave.
He's
very
got 4
brave,
minutes
but
left. He's got time to do a lap as an out lap. And he's spun it already. That's all right.
And
It's
he's
just an
looped
out
it.
lap. It's all good. It's just an out lap, thankfully. And he's got plenty of time to get around. But he's only going to get one go of this lap. There we go. Onto the dry stuff. So you've got a fair idea from your onboards there, CarbonBoy, of the level of moisture on the track. If you go on board with Black Friday, does it look like it's dry enough for the slicks?
It is in the bottom third of the moisture meter, so slicks
He's made the
are
right call.
definitely justified, but it's still at that point where if you put a couple of millimeters off the dry line onto the wet stuff, it's not going to end well for you at all.
Okay, so he's taken a huge gamble here, his Black Friday. He hasn't even set a representative lap time yet. So he's going to have to bank everything on one lap. The good news is he's got this entire out lap to do before he has to start thinking about driving fast. He can explore the track and its limits as it sits. The rest of the field is all on intermediate, and they do not have time to box for fresh softs. Not even the guys at the front. Who is at the front?
The Lunacy, who was very, very sideways coming through Paul there.
Actually, I
But
think it's
he is purple.
DP Mario. There we go, DP Mario. So these guys not coming into the pits. They do not have enough time to go around again. So they're going to set one more lap on the intermediates and hope that the track is fast enough for them to go faster. There we go. DP Mario to provisional pole. But it's not going to last because the track is going to be faster for this next lap and everyone will improve. Or everyone should improve. If you don't improve, you're going to be left behind, assuming there's no more rain coming. So I'm interested to watch what happens with Black Friday because he's on the slick tyre. He just has to be careful of the curbs, and if he is, he will be the fastest car on track. He should be able
Just
to
riding
set
on board.
22.
Sorry, I was just riding on board with Lunacy there, and he has put himself onto pole
On
position
provisional
by
pole
3
once
tenths.
again. Very good. He's looking very fast. That Ferrari, clearly something else in the wet weather. Because it's not particularly fast in a straight line, interestingly.
It's very, very hard on its tyres, unfortunately. I think that's its downfall. Because his tyre wear on those intermediates is past halfway on the rears, where someone like DP Mario has about 20%.
So, Black Friday has crossed the line to start his final flying lap with just over a minute to go in the qualifying session. He could have actually waited another 30 seconds and given the track a moment to dry a bit more, but he's opted to head around now on the driest part of the track. Let's see how he goes through Rouge and Radion. A little bit cautious, gets over the top. Honestly, that's probably the hardest part of the track when you're on the slick tyres in the wet. So that's the hardest part done. Now he just has to keep his pace together for the rest of the lap. Let's see what his split is as he heads through Sector 1. Not purple. Interesting. So now he's got a lot of time to make up in the middle sector. See what he can do. DP Mario is off at Stavelot 2. So that's going to ruin his lap, potentially. He'd probably cop a penalty for that too.
He was 1/10 down before that little incident, and now has, as you said, a half-second penalty to
He's
wear
picked
as
up
well.
a half-second penalty, which is going to stop him from setting a lap this time around, and he'll serve it on the next lap, which means that lap won't count either. There he goes, off at the bus stop. He's just going to park up, I think. So Dadson is going to head across the line following Cruzen. Cruzen improves. Dadson improves, and I think... Are they finished?
They are.
So the timer is up. Here we go. Evil Evo. Lenosis. Let's have a look at Lenosis. He hasn't set a better time. He's P6. Your championship leader is P6. Now let's have a look for Old Wakey. He's P10. So he's actually qualified even further down. So now we're looking at 2 cars on track. We've got Patstar, who is about to come through Blanchimont in the Alfa Romeo. And we've got Black Friday on the soft tyres, looking to nail this final lap. Let's see. Patstar into the bus stop. Will he improve? He's currently 6.5 seconds, 7 seconds off the pole position time. He needs an improvement of 3.5 seconds to go up to P11. Let's see what he can do. No improvement. Black Friday comes out of the bus stop on the slick tyre. Has he gone fast enough to go pole position? 224.7. Black Friday takes pole position here at Spa in the Supra for Red Mist Racing, half a second ahead of Lunacy after gambling the soft tyre at the end of a qualifying session where the track was drying. What a decision to be made by the man whose first season it is at Sector 1. What a qualifying session that was.
The gamble certainly paid off for him there.
Indeed it did. Right, let's have a look at our quali results then. Jump to it here. Black Friday takes pole position with a 224.798. Only about 6 tenths, 5.5 tenths faster than Lunacy, who set his time on the intermediate tyres, but it was a risk that paid off for Black Friday and put him in a great spot and an extra point for pole position there here at Spa. DP Mario in P3 in the GDR for Black Rose Racing, not too dissimilar to his teammate in Division 4, who also qualified, I think, around that point. I think he was... No. I think a guy with no skills was P2. He might have been P3. So, a good sign of things to come. Dadson, your Div 3 champion for last season in the Mercedes AMG, has qualified P4 with a great showing there for Dadson Racing. Crazy Good Kung Fu for Isa in P5 there in the Porsche 911 RSR. The 458 Italia of Cruzen for the Blacklight Motorsport outfit in P6. Stickers in P7 after a provisional pole lap early on in the session. Lenosis in P8 in the end. Your championship leader is outside of the top half here. And then Evil Evo 9 in the 4C for Doghouse and P9. Tim Durags on debut in the 911, P10. Old Wakey in P11. Karen Unleashed in P12. And Patstar in 4C in 13th place. What do you think, Carbon Boy?
I'm quite impressed by that qualifying session.
It was impressive. It was dramatic all the way from the start to finish, and Black Friday topped it off with that soft gamble halfway through. What a fantastic choice that was.
Those lap times are also a lot quicker than what I was expecting, having seen the guys running in the practice lobby earlier. So
Bringing the
they've
heat
certainly
to the official session then.
sandbagging. Cough.
All right, well, I say we get these guys going then. What do you reckon?
I think that's good. I was just waiting on DP Mario, who is now good to go. So I'm going to hit that bright orange button and get fresh orange paint all over my hands. Let's go.
Okay, kicking off the race here for Division 2.
Alrighty,
A
please
90-minute
do not.
Enduro.
Please let there be no chaos in the first couple of corners.
Here we go.
Come on,
to the
guys.
grid we go. Your pole sitter, Black Friday, and the Toyota Supra for Red Mist Racing will lead the way. Although that Ferrari, I'm sure, We'll be very quick off the line. The lights are up and the drivers are staged up. The lights are out and we go racing here at Spa-Francorchamps for a 90-minute Enduro. It's actually a good start for the Supra. It gets jumped by the Ferrari, but the Mercedes and the Ferrari behind will not get that position, although Cruisin' looking to the inside of the Red Mist car there in last source. All the drivers get through nice and cleanly. Brent for Deeds at the back there, bringing up the rear with a clean run through. The Supra of Black Friday with a little bit of free space now as they head down the Eau Rouge and Radion run. Up onto the Kemmel Straight, and Lunacy has got away with this one. Look at this. It's a 2.5 second gap already. I don't know how he's done it. But away he goes, and look at this. They're 4 wide, 3 wide. And Crazy Good Kung Fu is off the track there as we look on board with Dadson, who finds his way into P2, ahead of Cruisin', ahead of DP Mario, and ahead of the Red Mist car. They're 4 wide into Lecom, as around the outside goes the Red Mist car and slots into P3. What a drive-through there that was for PLE Black Friday. Dadson up the inside of Cruisin' now as they head through the exit of Lecom and down towards Rivage. They're 3 wide in the background as your championship leader is sandwiched between 2 cars at the back. Hung out on the outside of the first ISA car and just in front of the second, with a handful of alphas around them as well. Look at that. DP Mario as well has taken to the front of this pack at the back here, and 3.8 seconds is now the gap to Lunacy out the front. What a start he's had.
Wow, okay, I can actually breathe again, because that first half of the lap I've just been holding my breath watching these guys.
I think the action is not going to stop, mate. Those alphas are looking racy there behind the Ferrari of Cruisin'. Let's have a look back here. They're 2 wide on the way into the Fogner chicane. On the outside, which quickly becomes the inside for the Ferrari of the Blacklight Motorsport driver of Cruisin'. Battling with Evil Evo 9 as they head into Stavelot. It's a great drive so far from these guys. And Lenosis hung out to dry there on the outside onto the AstroTurf at the exit of Stavelot. And onto the back straight they come. Lenosis really struggling here. Now behind the 2 ISA Esports cars of Tim Durags and Crazy Good Kung Fu there. It's looking real racy back here. We'll jump on board with Crazy Good Kung Fu right behind his teammate Tim Durags. The debutant looking good so far in P8. What will happen here? Does Crazy Good Kung Fu go to the inside? No. He does the teammately thing and just backs off a little bit. It looks like Lenosis might be trying down the inside. There he is. That's old Wakey on the outside. And the door gets slammed on him by Crazy Good Kung Fu. Very strong, very firm defensive driving.
I was impressed there by CGK and Tim Durags there, the teamwork with the 2 Porsches going side by side down the back straight so that nobody was able to slipstream past.
Crazy Good
Great
Kung
teamwork.
Fu acting like the ultimate rear gunner here in P9 for ISA Esports, backing up the championship leader and his main rival in the form of Old Wakey at the back there as they head up Eau Rouge and Radion once again. DP Mario still out the front of this pack. Black Friday with a lot of pressure from Dadson behind, and Evil Evo also looking to make a move on the Div 3 champion. Let's have a look what happens here. Dadson dives to the inside of Black Friday. Is he going to go for the move? Not quite, but they're all deep through there, and that's compromised both of them. And the 2 Doghouse cars are challenging very aggressively here as through goes Evil Evo 9 on Dadson, and now in pursuit of Black Friday. Up the inside goes the Doghouse Alpha. Look at it go through. The rotation on that car is fantastic, and Black Friday gets biffed out wide by a 2 wide moment on his inside, and the ISA Esports cars are now going to have a go at him as well. There's Cruisin' on him too.
Hung out to dry there.
And what's unbelievable is still Lenosis in P12 not able to fight back against these guys.
At Puon, he's had a very big understeer moment, dropped back, and that's checked up. CGK in the process.
And the ISA Esports car is now right on the back of him. He's been separated from his teammate by the looks, who is up in P5, I think it is. Just up there, yep, indeed he is. So a great start for Tim Durags.
But credit goes early on to the Lunacy, who is currently checked out to the tune of 7.3 seconds.
that Ferrari is something else in the wet, and this guy is driving the absolute wheels off it. He's done exactly what he needed to do, got away from the pack. DP Mario, who's got himself a bit of breathing room, cannot challenge him whatsoever. There's nothing that the GDR can do to compete with the MR naturally aspirated power of the Ferrari, and Evil Evo is not going to let this guy get away either. He's right on him. Evil Evo came to play today. Into La Source, the track now starting to dry a little bit. You can see the beginnings of a dry line starting to creep in for these guys, so the track is getting faster.
But for how long? That is the question.
That's it. So towards the end of 10 minutes, we do know what's roughly going to happen based on qualifying, so we can expect not to see rain until about 10 minutes in at the earliest. But after that, these guys are going to be left guessing about everything, so it'll be very interesting to see what happens. Here we go, closing in on DP Mario. Evil Evo sticks his nose down the inside, but nothing to be done on the way into Lake Com. He's not close enough. Black Friday under attack from Cruisin' behind. That Ferrari, we know how fast it is based on how Lunacy is driving. All we need is to see Cruisin' find his way past and get himself some clean air.
Just riding on board with Evil Evo at the moment, chasing down DP Mario. He's doing a fantastic job to stay within slipstream distance of that GDR in the little Alpha.
That Alpha's looking very quick around here. I think he's found his rhythm, has Evil Evo, and he's looking very, very quick here tonight. Very threatening for these guys. I think DP Mario can sense that.
But at the same time, he can't just look forward because he's got a very racy-looking Dadson just 3/10 behind him.
Dadson is throwing the kitchen sink at this one. He's really pulling out all the stops in that Mercedes.
Oh, hello, it's
Kicking
getting
off behind
spicy
as
back
well.
here.
I see that. Black Friday is under so much pressure. He's got a train of like 5 cars all over the back of him, and the championship leader is sitting in there as well, just behind Crazy Good Kung Fu. Lenosis in the Obsession car, just ahead of Old Wakey. Arguably the two fastest drivers in this division are right behind this battle pack, so these guys need to watch their mirrors. Look at him, there he is, challenging stickers now. Lunacy comes in. Lunacy has taken a risky call, and he's gone into the pits for the soft tyres, would be my guess. And I think the rest, DP Mario is coming as well, but the rest are going to stay out. I think there might be a mistake from Lunacy. It's a bit early to be thinking about the softs. The track is too risky and wet. It would have been safer for him to stay out, but we'll see if that decision bears fruit for him. It looks like most of the field's staying out on track at the moment.
Karen Unleashed just sneaking in with a fastest lap right there with a 2:24.258.
So Lunacy fuels up. He'll be slow out of the pits because of that wet area on track. Here we go. Onto the power he goes. Let's see how his traction is. Not bad by the looks. Now I think if you're Lunacy, you'd be hoping for a fair bit more rain, given the ability that Ferrari is demonstrating in the wet conditions. But for now, he's elected to get onto the soft tyres. We'll see if that bears fruit for him. Might give him an even bigger gap, but it also puts him on a different fuel strategy. Very interesting decision.
Both drivers taking fuel as well as tyres in that pit stop.
So, all bit wide there for Evil Evo. I was about to say Evil Evo takes the lead for the first time in this race. There's a late move there against Dadson to defend into Puon, and Dadson left with nowhere to go there. Has to lift off and drop behind. Very aggressive defending there from Evil Evo 9, but he manages to keep the position just ahead of Dadson. We'll jump on board with the Div 3 champion now.
I'm just keeping an eye on P5. You could throw a blanket over P5 through to P10 with Patstar appearing to be a bit of a cork in the bottle. And very shortly that cork will go pop as he has a half-second penalty to serve.
Should be very interesting. Black Friday's been allowed to get away as well, which is important for him. after that pole position. He really needed to. A bit sideways there for both Petstar and Cruisin on the exit there of Stavelot. And through goes Cruisin. Will CGK manage to get through as well? He's going to be forced to the outside on the way to Blanchimont. Lenosis is going to get involved in this, and he's going to be checked up by both of these guys as they go too wide through Blanchimont. Crazy Good Kung Fu ends up off the track, bunts back into Petstar on the way back on, and that gets in the way of Lenosis very deep there from the Alfa Romeo driver. A couple of guys opting to pit in this lap, and continuing round is your championship leader, Lenosis, who's now up into P3 on the road anyway. Tim Durags, the ISA Esports driver, takes the lead of the race on debut.
Nice work. Very nice
And
work.
he very quietly has been having an excellent first stint. You know, he's not just in first place because a lot of people pitted, although that's a big part of it. He worked his way up to like P5 or 4 or something, I think. So, a fantastic race so far for Tim Durags. We'll see if they can continue that form. Now, here's where things get interesting. Lunacy, who pitted a lap prior, is 6 seconds ahead of DP Mario, which is not as far as he was before he pitted.
I'm looking at the previous lap times, and the Lunacy did a 2:43.1 and gets very, very sideways. DP Mario did a 2:39. So Mario actually did a faster lap, but has dropped back. I'm
Did they
confused
pit on
right
the
now.
same lap?
They did.
Interesting. So we've got 5 drivers ahead that have not pitted yet. They did pit one lap after the other, didn't they?
I think the Lunacy might have taken a bit less fuel than Mario.
Yeah, that would be the case because Lunacy, I think, oh no, didn't pit a lap before. Must have just had more fuel in the tank. Let's jump back.
Lenosis is currently right on the rear bumper of Cruisin, who is sideways out of pole, and he's going to overtake quite comfortably here down the back straight.
No, jumping up here. So Karen trails Cruisin, trails Lenosis, who's just got through on these guys on the intermediates. So we'll see if these guys box in this lap. Up the inside for Karen and the BRZ as they head into the pits. No pit stop there for Karen. Tim Drags comes in.
Karen has already pitted earlier. He's now on the racing soft tyres.
No. Really?
Yes, he is. Yes, he is.
Oh my goodness. So Karen is net leader of this race ahead of Lunacy. He
Yeah.
must have pitted end of lap 1, right?
No, he pitted lap 4, so we being lap 6 now. A lap and a bit ago.
I'm looking at Karen's lap times and I'm seeing a 2:24 for lap 4.
You're correct.
That doesn't track for me. Looks like he would have pitted end of lap 1. If he's pitted at all.
You know, you're right, and that P that indicates that they've pitted is in the very much the wrong place. Thanks, GT7.
Right, yeah. So my P is on lap 2 there, and that's his 240 that he got there. I was wondering for a second if he pitted it, if he didn't pit at all, and he started on the softs because he was way off the back through turn 1. But
Yeah.
it appears that he has pitted end of lap 1, taken the risk early, knowing that everyone else was going to pit anyway. But what that's done is leave him in a slightly fuel compromised position because he can only fill to 100 litres, and that means that he's spent 2 or 3 laps burning that fuel, and then at the end of lap 3 the Lunacy came in and filled right up, so he's now 2 laps ahead of Brent on fuel essentially.
I follow.
Yeah, so the word from the chat is that Karen may have started on slicks. It's possible that he did, it's possible that he pitted. Only he can tell us, so we'll have to see from him later.
And he has managed to skip off quite comfortably, but being on fresh softs versus well-worn intermediates that Lenosis is on, not really surprising.
So just having a look at a replay. Oh, into the fence. We've actually captured an accident for Karen there. Into the fence at No Name on lap 2 on the soft tyres. So on lap 2 he was on the softs. It's unclear if he pitted that lap or not.
Both Lenosis and Stickers choosing to go around another lap, with Stickers under fire from the Lunacy coming into turn 1.
Lunacy, who's already pitted as well, so this should be a done deal for the Ferrari driver, and there he goes up the inside.
Now, Lenosis and Stickers not pitting for tyres is quite curious to me, because both of their rear tyres are pretty much shot, as Lenosis nearly gives me a heart attack going through Eau Rouge. I think
we're 15 minutes or 16 minutes deep now, so there's big question marks over the weather, so it's possible that something's crept onto the radar that they're noticing that might make all the difference, because the weather
might
forecast
be hanging out.
The weather forecast does
Hanging out.
suggest that it's going to pour with rain fairly early. So if they skip the soft stint and just box straight back onto fresh inters when the rain comes back down, they're going to net themselves one less of a pit stop over everyone else.
Speaking of tyres, should we skip into an APR tyre and fuel update?
I suppose we should.
So our net leader at the moment, Karen, is on some very fresh racing softs. He does, like you said, he is a little bit fuel compromised. He's down in around the 30% in the tank region. And P2 is the Lunacy, who's also had a pit stop. He is currently sitting on about 60-65% fuel, with about 5 to 10% wear on the front tyres, maybe 20% on his rears. Lenosis has completely ruined the rear tyres. They are all 100% red, and is currently just over a quarter tank of fuel. DP Mario, having also pitted earlier at the same time as the Lunacy, has about 5% wear front and rear on his racing soft tyres and is on about 70% fuel. Stickers is in a similar scenario to Lenosis. He has no rear tyres left of his intermediates and is about 30% for fuel. Evil Evo in the Little Alpha, just sipping away, is, I believe he's actually also made a pit stop as well, because he's on the racing softs with about 5% wear front and rear and has about 70% fuel. Oh, the Lunacy's back in. Oh, hello. I wish I could see the weather radar, because I would see what brought that on.
Everyone's in. Look at that.
Stickers is in. Evil Evo's going around again.
DP Mario in.
So PLE Black Friday has about 5% wear front and rear and about 70% fuel. Where am I going to
Jump
next?
straight to Tim Durags, I think.
Yep, and Tim, he's on 3/4 of a tank of fuel and not even 5% wear on his racing softs, having pitted not that long ago. Where are we now? We are Dadson?
Yep.
Dadson, just under 70% fuel, 5 to 10% wear on his racing softs. Old Wakey, also on some relatively fresh racing softs, coming up on the back of the Lunacy at a rapid rate of knots, who's just come out of the pits.
Is he on the wets now, Lunacy?
Oh. Ooh. And after that moment going through Eau Rouge Radion, I can confirm, yes, the Lunacy has pitted for the
There you
wets
go.
and
The
has
windshield
trimmed the
wiper
tank.
has come on. Look at that. Everything is going to change now.
So at the moment in the field, we have Karen out in front on the racing softs. PLE also, Black Friday also on the softs. Evil Evo, again on the softs. Tim Durags on the softs. Dadson also on the softs. Same with Old Wakey. Cruisin is curiously taking the racing mediums. The Lunacy's out on the wets and is starting to burn through them fairly quickly, so he's going to be hoping for a lot of rain very soon. DP Mario's on the inters, Lenosis is on the full wets, Stickers is on the intermediates, CGK is also on the intermediates, and Patstar also on the inters.
The rain is starting to come down now. You can visually see the drops coming across your screen. He's not made it into the pits. He's stuck in the pit lane entry.
Oh, those
So
racing
just makes
softs
it
in
in. Oh, wow, that was risky. But luckily for him, he's got a 28-second gap to his nearest competitor. Black Friday has gone off at Blanchimont, as has Evil Evo 9, and they've both gone round. Look at this! Evil Evo and Black Friday both go round at Blanchimont. Let's see Tim Durags. What's he doing?
Oh, he's also...
He's sideways too. Look at this! It's a disaster for these guys. Dadson comes round nice and careful. He might pick up 3 positions here. Black Friday's still spinning into the grass. The yellow flags
Dadson
are
knows
out.
what's up.
Look at that. Dadson has absolutely nailed Blanchimont, and here come the intermediate runners coming through. The ISA Esports car is still pirouetting in the background. Who's here? Black Friday comes in. Lunacy goes round. DP Mario is round as well. Oh my goodness, look at this. We just updated everyone on what was going on, and now everything is completely different.
It's amazing what a little bit of rain can do. But
Right.
speaking
The
of
upshot
amazing,
is, Karen is leading the way. So his strategy has paid off, and he is now on a matching strategy to the guys around him because he has been able to fuel up identically, in fact, better so than Lunacy behind him. So Karen has absolutely nailed this, apart from his incident in the pit wall, which is fairly negligible, I think. He's done a fairly good job here to get himself in. Now, is Karen on the intermediate tyres?
he is indeed.
Right, so I think that might have been a mistake because this rain is looking very heavy, the track is looking very wet, and that BRZ is looking very slippery. And Lunacy appears to be catching him as well. Now that Ferrari is looking very quick in the rain. DP Mario behind is also on the inters, is that correct?
Correct.
So Lunacy on the wets probably has the advantage in these conditions, I think.
I would definitely say so. He's taken 2 seconds out of Karen already.
Karen's under threat, but he's given himself a nice buffer here with that fantastic pit strategy. And according to the chat, who have been watching the stream from start to finish, of course, Karen started the race on the slick tyre.
Ah, that
He
would
did not pit.
explain why he dropped back so far at the very start. I thought he might have had a little bit of an incident because I did see him 7 seconds off the back.
But certainly paid off for him. But right now, look at Lunacy taking the go-karting line through the Funya chicane. It looked fantastic through there. I love to see it. But it doesn't look like it's as quick as Karen because Karen's pulled it out back to 10 seconds again. Now, Lenosis, your championship leader, is 10 seconds down on DP Mario. And he's sitting in 4th at the moment ahead of Evil Evo 9. Now, the field's spread out quite a lot, but the order has been jumbled up a fair bit. So, let's remind ourselves of where everyone is. So, Karen on the intermediates leads the way from Lunacy on the heavy wets ahead of DP Mario, also on the intermediates. Lenosis in P4, I think he's also on the heavy wets. Evil Evo 9 in P5, who's had a good race so far and managed to get away with that pit strategy there in the late stages, just about, in that alpha. Stickers in P6, so he's done well to evade a whole bunch of people who made that mistake on the slick tyres. Crazy Good Kung Fu, who's got a 3.5 second penalty, so I imagine he's just come out of the pits and got himself a 3 second plus a half second for cutting Rouge and Ready on. There goes Dadson, who nailed Blanchimont on the slick tyre on the previous lap. Black Friday, who had a big spin in P9. Tim Durags, who was the subject of the same issue in P10. Patstar, also in the same position.
Oh, Black Friday nearly had another big spin coming in towards the bus stop, but he's managed to hold on to it that time.
He's kept it, but he's allowed Tim Durags to catch right up to him. Patstar currently P11, Old Wakey in P12, and Cruisin' down in P13. Not having a great race so far.
Which is a bit of a shame because Cruisin's race actually started out really well for him.
It did. He was looking very competitive.
So Stickers
Lunacy,
has done a fantastic job of getting his way back through the field. I think he was down in P12 at one stage.
he has, and He's pulled the strategy off right. It's much like a guy with no skills from the last race. He was kind of there or thereabouts on pace, not setting the world on fire, but not off the pace exactly. But getting the strategy right made all the difference. And I think the same can be said for Karen here as well, who is having time taken out of him by Lunacy, who is driving the wheels off that Ferrari. You look at the oversteer on exit that he's getting. He's just flooring the car and drifting it around all these corners. Look at that.
Oh, Karen's gone. Karen's gone.
Karen's off track. He's managed to recover it and he's going to maintain the lead, but he's lost a lot of that gap. We'll have to have a look at that later, but he's lost a good couple of seconds there. Luckily
And he's
for
picked
him,
up some damage to the rear aero on that BRZ.
okay. Hopefully that doesn't hurt him too much and it'll be fixed by the time he gets onto this back straight, but not what you want when you're leading by that much. Let's have a look then at what happened. Who on we go. He's got the traction control on there, you can see that. Getting on the throttle, coming out and onto the outside, gets on the Astro and just gets a little bit loose, puts it in the wall, just manages to keep it facing the right way. And as far as recovery goes, that was pretty good, I think.
And to his credit, the Lunacy is actually not running traction control, which in a Ferrari in the wet, that's brave.
Well, I think that Ferrari has fairly good traction. We obviously know that it's very good off the standing start. It always has been. So that naturally aspirated motor coupled with being placed in the rear and having that rear traction seems to be a winning combo for the wet weather as well. So I think it might be one of the safer cars to use the no traction control in these conditions. But only the Ferrari drivers know, and I'm sure they'll tell you if you ask them. But yeah, Lunacy sitting in P2, catching up to Karen.
He's taking time out of Karen hand over fist, but he is also carrying a half-second penalty over his head at the moment for running wide on the big left-handed sweeper before the bus stop.
Yeah, Blanchimont, yeah.
That's the one.
So yeah, he's carried a bit too much speed through there and ended up outside the track limits. But honestly, in the wet conditions, a half second doesn't really affect you all that much because the brakes are a bit more subpar, so they don't slow you down as much as they normally would. Let's jump on board now with Lunacy. I want to see how he drives, because this is very interesting, and we're catching right up to Karen now. But listen to that throttle application as well. Little taps on the throttle. Sounds fantastic.
Yeah, you're right. The Ferrari it makes all the right noises.
It does. Oh yeah. Unfortunate that it's generally not that fast, but here it's really showing its teeth, you know. Look at the slides he carries through that corner. Oh, it's so good to listen to. That throttle blips reminds me of Ayrton Senna, the throttle application that he used to use. He's not a controller user, is he?
I am not sure, to be honest.
Slide is beautiful. Well, that might suggest why he's being forced to blip it like that. Because generally you'd look at running a smooth application, but that blipping might be on account of being on a controller. But I'm not sure. Here we go. Here's time to serve the penalty. He's caught right up to the back of Karen, and all that work is now going to be undone, and he's going to be dropped back outside the 1 second range. But I think on the way up to Lecom, he might mount a challenge.
Oh, Mario has lost it at Paul. I was just riding on board with Lenosis, keeping an eye on the split between him and DP Mario as it was gradually coming
Let's have
down.
a quick look on board with DP Mario as we come through Stavelot. Here we go, on the throttle, and he's fine through here. No traction control, so one of the 6, and on the throttle there, and there it is. Guess what would have saved him from that? Traction control. He manages to recover fairly quickly. That wet weather is looking really dangerous there too.
I'm one of those people who eventually swallowed my pride and tried driving with traction control. And I'll be honest, while it saves you from like lots of little mistakes, I wasn't a fan of how it interferes and how it kicks in. I just didn't like how the car felt with it. So switched it back off, and yeah,
Ended up spinning
did
out
the stupid
several
thing.
times.
Only the once.
Only
Only
the
the
once?
once. Yeah,
Would it have saved you?
understeered. No, I understeered out of Puon,
Oh.
so it wouldn't have helped.
Made the right decision there. There we go. Lunacy down the inside of Karen. Karen goes early on the brakes there into Lakon and allows Lunacy through fairly easily, not putting up too much of a fight here. And they head through. Lunacy retakes the lead here at Spa, and Karen now on his back with about 14 seconds to the nearest car behind him.
The closest battle on track at the moment is CGK and Dadson in P7 and P8.
Well, it'd be hard to top the battle at the top, but there goes CGK looking for a move on Dadson here as they head down the straight. Crazy Good Kung Fu looks to the outside. Does he have the overspeed? They're going to be side by side on the way to Lakon. Round the outside for Crazy Good Kung Fu. Can he do it? It looks like he can. He's going to hold it and takes the inside for the second part of the chicane. What a move from Crazy Good Kung Fu. The ISA Esports driver puts himself up into P7 with a great run around the outside of Dadson, your Division 3 champion for last season, and now can go in pursuit of Stickers, who is looking to be struggling a little bit in these conditions.
Yeah, both of them are catching up to him at a rapid rate of knots, and the three cars battling in these conditions, it could be
We've
a bit
got an incident
treacherous.
for Karen here. Let's have a look. Let's see what happens. He's now 6 or 7 seconds behind Lunacy, and that's what it was. It was too much throttle in the middle of the Funya chicane. Put himself in the dirt, and now he is in no man's land.
Oh, there will be some very nasty words coming out of that Deeds Racing helmet right about now.
Well, it's just one of those mistakes that you can make, and even with traction control on, you know, you can clearly it's sometimes just not enough. So, unfortunately, that puts him out of contention for the lead for now. But he's still on for a podium.
And Lenosis will be loving this, being within sight of Karen now, within 3.7 seconds.
This is going well for Lenosis.
I've been in a group chat with those two while we've been in practice lobbies, and yeah, the competition between those two is good-natured but incredibly fierce.
No surprise. Admin versus admin, of course.
Ah yes, the battle of the admin.
The battle of the admin. Well, here comes Lenosis onto the back straight. DP Mario into the pits. Is he going to put on the wets now? Is he perhaps thinking that he needs more grip?
Good question. I will keep an eye on that one.
Lenosis over the Eau Rouge and Radion section of track, now down to 2.5 seconds. Karen in front. Takes him down ever so slowly. Here we go, DP Mario fueling up. You can see him there in the pits. What tyre did he come out on? The wet tyre. There we go. So he's made his decision. It's an interesting one because it's going to put him quite far back, and I don't know if he's going to benefit too much from that tyre selection, but we'll see.
And he's going to be under fire straight away from Tim de Rags.
Here we go. DP Mario through Eau Rouge and Radion. The debutant for ISA Esports following closely behind. Gets a good run. Here we go on board with the Porsche. Doesn't have the overspeed. He's deep in the slipstream. He's got more toe than a Roman sandal on the way down towards Lakon. Does he pull to the inside and go for the move? He does. Who's the latest of the late breakers? It looks like DP Mario can aggressively keep that position. Will he go deep? Slightly, but he manages to hold on and make the apex for the next corner. So, ISA Esports will have to try again.
I was very worried watching Mario under brakes there, just watching how deep he was going into that corner.
Have a look now at the battle between Lenosis and Karen at the top of the field. Karen looking very slow as they head through Stavelot. Lenosis being held up a little bit now. Needs to get by as quickly as possible. Karen gets a little bit wiggly on exit there, and the Supra pulls alongside to the outside now as they head towards Blanchimont, and through goes Lenosis into P2. Takes the position from Karen, who pulled up a masterful strategy so far, but is now falling back through the field a little bit. in the BRZ. Flashing the lights now at Lenosis. Trying to distract his fellow admin as he heads through the bus stop. But nothing can deter the Obsession Motorsport driver, the championship leader, who's fighting his way back up the field after starting all the way down in P9 at the end of qualifying. And now a 16-second gap for him to overcome to find the win of this race.
Well, 16 seconds with 55 minutes to go, that's not insurmountable.
That's right, but there's also bound to be more weather changes that cause these guys to make different choices.
Most definitely. We have another little battle at the moment with Stickers and CGK in P5 and P6.
There we go. Yeah, the gap is very small now. Stickers goes for the late brakes around the outside. Dadson right on the back of these guys as well. It's a three-way battle. Let's jump on board with the Division 3 champion, the Bacchus team owner, or sorry, the Dadson team owner. Beers by Bacchus, of course, adorning the bonnet of the car. The ISA Esports driver plows through a Rouge and Radion here. Nice acceleration up there. Dadson looking cool, calm, and collected back here in P7. With front row seats to the action between Crazy Good Kung Fu and the team owner of Lightning Motorsport in the form of Stickers. Let's have a look here. Does Crazy Good Kung Fu pull to the inside? No, not close enough for a move this time. Stickers goes a little bit defensive on the way in, but nothing really needing to be done as CGK not quite close enough to mount a challenge. But it's going to get racy as they head through the middle sector here. On the way down to Rivage, CGK's very close. He looks to the inside, up the inside at Rivage, and CGK makes that apex. There's a bit of contact on the way through, but hard to avoid that sort of thing. Will CGK get the run on the way out? Well, fantastic power delivery there from the super driver of Stickers. And the crisscross is on here at No Name Corner as they head through on the way down to Puon. The acceleration of the Porsche is unmatched by the Supra, and the ISA Esports driver takes 5th position for now as they head into Puon. And now Dadson wants a piece of the action as he gets onto the rear wing of Stickers as well. The Lightning Motorsport driver is falling backwards quickly here. He needs to challenge CGK once again as they head into the Funya chicane. Dadson looking to the inside, just sort of showing the nose here as they head round the chicane.
That was a fantastic move there from CGK with the crisscross at No Name. That was a beautiful piece of driving. And just a fun fact for yourself and everyone else watching the stream right now, in a slight twist of what happened with qualifying, is there's now only 2 drivers in the field not running traction control.
Well, I'm going to guess that one of them is Lunacy, as we see here actually the Mercedes of Dadson looking to the inside of the Supra of Lightning Motorsports team owner Stickers, and up the inside goes Dadson into Blanchimont. Big cojones move, that one. That was huge bravery there from the Dadson team owner, but he manages to get it through. Going too wide there, particularly in these conditions, is a risky business, and he managed to make it work, thankfully, and Stickers managed to stay on track as well, which is lovely to see. Fantastic racing from these guys here in Division 2. Crazy Good Kung Fu now a second clear of Dadson. What can Dadson answer with as they head down to La Source?
Definitely a swallow the brave pill and send it kind of maneuver.
It was fantastic from Dadson that time around. So we've got Lunacy, presumably, with no traction control, and who's the other?
Care to take any guesses?
Oh, was I right with the first one?
You are correct, with the Lunacy being one of them.
Okay, well, I haven't taken into account who else has got traction control on, so I'm going to guess Lenosis.
Not running traction control?
That's right.
Negative.
DP Mario.
Correct.
Aha! I did spot that he wasn't using traction control earlier on.
Aha!
That was
good memory,
possibly
good
the
memory.
reason why he spun. This battle is not dying down, by the way. Dadson is right onto the back of CGK now, after being over a second behind on the run to Rouge and Radion. He's very close here on the way into Rivage. CGK has to cut across the nose, and he's very sideways through Rivage. I don't know if that was due to contact or if that was just getting loose under brakes and there's more contact as they head through. But Dadson takes the position. We'll have to let the stewards sort out that one, but it looked fair enough.
From what I could see, Dadson was well clear of CGK. CGK just got the car very sideways under brakes on the corner entry.
It did look that way. It did look like it was a loose under brakes, but a lot of pressure for CGK to be put under there. So now he's back in the box seat, and he'll be looking to take on Dadson once again as he gets a little bit loose on the exit of Poo on there and actually drops outside the second gap. And now Stickers is right on the back of him, and Stickers goes wide at the Funya chicane. So these guys really knocking 7 bells out of each other as they head round for lap 15. Karen Unleashed now 12 seconds down on Lenosis, who has not really pulled much of a gap on Lunacy. Lunacy, in fact, pulling away to 19 seconds now. So really, the Blacklight Motorsports race drivers race to lose at this point. 245s up and down, 47s and 46s and 48s for Lenosis for lap times, and Karen with a bit of an incident on the last lap with a 254, 259 hovering in there as well. So Evil Evo, if he can keep his lap times nice and consistent, he will be able to challenge Karen before long. But I think we're probably approaching a pit window for these guys, with the rain looking like it's easing off and fuel possibly running out for these guys as well.
Speaking of lap times, of those 245s and 246s, at the moment it's looking like Evil Evo's current fastest lap is fairly safe for now, being
I
a
would say so.
219.8.
If we see a wet race from from here to the end, I don't think we'll actually see the slicks put back on, which would mean that lap time simply could not be beaten. Yeah.
Does look like the weather is clearing up a bit.
I think it might
Just
lighten
looking
up for a little while, but I expect it to come pouring down before the track dries enough for slick tyres.
You've got to get their hopes up a little bit.
Box for slicks. Everyone box for slicks. Make it interesting. Karen would do it. Karen started on slicks. He'd love that. Mandatory tyre. Yeah, that could be interesting.
Alright, so where we're at, we got Lunacy 20 seconds to the good out in front.
And pulling away too, he's rapid at the moment. 45s compared to Lenosis' 47s. That is insane. 2 seconds on the championship leader, a guy who's dominated several races this season. Claw his way back from a 20-point deficit at the very start as well.
Ooh, CGK's run a little bit wide, coming out of No Name onto the grass.
Stickers through, back through again. Up to 6th goes the Lightning Motorsport team owner.
And Dadson had just managed to extend a couple of tenths gap on him.
Dadson's looking quick here in the rain. I think he's one of the fastest guys around the track right now. He's done a 249 on the last lap, which is about matching Evil Evo. If he can drop into the 48s, he's going to be challenging Lenosis for pace. So I think Dadson, one to watch. Lenosis into the pits, possibly putting on the intermediates with not much fuel remaining.
He is slightly better off for fuel than the Lunacy is.
I'd say Lunacy's probably trying to just push the stint as far as he can.
You might be right. He might have this lap and one more, but I think he will be compromised by how many laps he can do by the amount of fuel that he does not have left.
It looks like most drivers are capable of getting at least one more lap out of their stints here, and they might be looking to see how far the track will dry before they get going again. Have a look at Lenosis, the Obsession car getting its tank filled to the brim. What tyre does he come out on? The intermediates. So an interesting choice there. You'd ideally want to wait till the track gets completely dry and you can put the slick on, then going from the wets to the intermediates. But I think his hand's been forced a little bit by the nature of his fuel situation. So he's come into the pits, he's put the inters on, he's filled right up to the brim, the tank, and now he's heading around hoping that the track continues to dry but not too much. So he's just got to hope for a bit of light rain, I think.
CGK and Stickers are very, very racy down the Kemmel Straight here, almost side by side.
CGK wisely backs out of it. Stickers takes the apex. Very good racing from these guys. Very gentlemanly. Love to see it.
They're not letting Dadson skip off into the distance, though.
Dadson's last lap was a 2-minute 45. When compared to Lunacy's 2-minute 44.9, which is more or less the same. Karen's 2:49, Evil Evo's 2:45. Dadson is on pace here. So how's Stickers? Stickers done a 2:44 the last lap. That is insane. I think that might be the fastest lap on the previous lap. Stickers the fastest car on track for lap 16 there.
Lunacy into the pits, having done a 2:44.968 on the previous lap. And Stickers has done a 2:44.895,
Yeah.
so just a couple of hundredths quicker.
Yeah, he's got a 10th on the next fastest car on track, so Stickers looking quick and probably chasing Dadson down here. He was about half a second faster than Dadson on the last lap, so let's see if he can't do the same. Now that the track's drying, I imagine he's just picking up confidence here. And Dadson is right on the back of Lenosis, who I suppose actually just pitted, didn't he? So they're all out of sync now, and it's getting a little bit confusing for us, but onto the inters. I think we'll see Lunacy go. Karen presumably, no, not coming into the pits this time around, so he'll go around one more, so he gets an extra lap out of this stint. Be interesting to see if he puts on a slick next time around.
I expect to see CGK into the pits this lap. His fuel light is flashing rather urgently, and he does.
So, intermediates for Lunacy, and I think it was...
Lenosis.
Was it Lenosis? No, who boxed just then? Someone just boxed. I think it was Lunacy.
Yes, the Lunacy just
So
came out of
Lunacy's
pits,
just
yes.
put on the inters as well. So, it'll be interesting to see if people start putting on the slicks shortly, or if the rain starts coming down once again. What's usually a dead giveaway for the rain coming back in is a drastic change in the wind direction and speed. That'll tell you if there's going to be a significant change in the weather. So keep an eye on that. Since we don't have a weather radar on the main display, have a look for that and see if you don't notice any major changes. So currently 3.2 meters per second and a nor'wester coming in on track here for the wind at the moment. If you see it go all the way up to sort of 10 meters a second and completely flip 180 degrees, then perhaps we can expect to see some rain. But right now, looks like the conditions are set in stone. We've got a drying track here.
Thank you for that little tidbit of information. I did not know that.
It's not entirely reliable, but if you do see a drastic change like that, then you're probably going to see a drastic change in weather too.
You know something's about to hit the fan. Right, makes sense.
Yeah. I don't know if it always does it, but I'm pretty confident that when it does, it means something. Yeah, and here you go. Look, it's bumping up pretty quick too. It's just gone 3.3 and 3.4 meters per second, so that wind is starting to pick up. So we might see a front blow through before long. And forecast, just to remind you, here we have it. There's your weather for Division 4. So we're currently in sort of the mid stages, and we're heading towards the light rain again. Oh, I've actually clicked the wrong weather forecast. Here we go.
Just a race update. Dadson has slipped back to P6. Stickers has made his way back up to P5.
Right, and these guys have both pitted. No, they haven't pitted yet.
No, but I dare say Dadson will be in this lap because his fuel light is screaming at him.
Well,
and Stickers will also be in.
And Karen hasn't yet either. I think he was the last to pit off the softs, which suggests that he would have had the most fuel in the tank, but he's running this stint very, very long. Lenosis is pitted. Lunacy is pitted. He is catching him as well. So just to remind you of the weather on your screen at the very top there. So we're currently in sort of the late middle stage where the rain is light according to the forecast, and based on how GT7's lobby weather settings work. Generally, you don't get a lot of rain for a setting like that, but you see those thunderclouds at the end of the session? That will definitely yield some rain, so we can expect to see these guys throw back on some heavy wet tyres later on in the race. So keep an eye out for that. But for now, it's looking nice and dry for these guys.
Yeah, riding on board Karen coming through No Name into Puon. On the dry line, there still is a little bit of moisture with the moisture meter near the top of the bottom third. But as soon as you step off that onto the wet line, it's straight back into the middle third, which running on the intermediate tyres, I see Karen just occasionally dipping across to that wet line just to cool the tyres a bit, stop them burning themselves out. And with the extreme lack of wear on his tyres, he's doing a great job of that.
Yeah, they're looking pretty good so far. We're getting into the point now where the slick tyres are going to become the right tyre to be on. But look, you see that on your screen? A little bit of a shower coming in. Is that a sign of heavier rain on its way, or is that just something light coming in for now?
Well, Karen's car has the wipers on, and you're right about that wind speed. It's up to 3.7 meters a second at the moment.
Oh, Karen's off there. He's going to lose out to Lunacy. He's corrected to avoid him there, which was the right thing to do. Look at that rejoin. That was perfect. That was an amazing rejoin from Karen. How has he done that?
I believe the term is more us than class.
The guy is he's doing very well. He's coming to the pits now on 4 litres of fuel. So not much in it, unfortunately for him.
I say that, but full credit to him. That was a fantastic save to keep the car pointed in the right direction.
It was a great save, and it was 2 great saves as well. He saved it the first time from rebounding back into Lunacy because he was about to cross paths with him. So he corrected the opposite way and sent himself way off track, which allowed Lunacy through. And then he managed to correct it back onto the track as well. So fantastically done from Karen. Great sportsmanship as well.
Speaking of the Lunacy, 2 seconds of his lead have disappeared recently. It's down to 18.5 seconds now.
Here's Karen. Is he going to go onto the softs? Let's see. No, he's on the intermediates. He doesn't trust the weather. Okay, interesting.
I mean, to be fair, I wouldn't trust the weather either.
Here's Lenosis in P2 at the moment. 18 seconds behind Lunacy. He's caught up a little bit of time in the pit stops, I think, but needs to really get his A into G if he wants to catch up to the Blacklight Motorsport driver, who I think does not have a win to his name in the Sector 1 series, and here comes the rain. So I think Brent made the right decision there, putting the intermediates back on, or perhaps
Interesting how that rain was just pelting down through Eau Rouge and Radion, and then once they're on the Kemmel Straight, it stopped.
Yeah, it seemed like a large shower passing through very quickly.
Good to see the Stickers Dadson battle still raging on. Dadson just 3.5 tenths behind the Lightning Motorsport car.
Yeah, start to finish, these guys inseparable. Crazy Good Kung Fu just off in the distance as well, who has been part of this battle for a fair bit, is also.
Oh, sorry, I just skipped to the back of the field to see Old Wakey surprisingly low down in the order for what I've seen from him in the past, with him, Tim DeRags and Black Friday having a 3-way battle.
And that's the pole sitter as well, in the shape of Black Friday there. Having a big battle with one of the championship protagonists for the season at the very back of the field.
Yeah, I was just scrolling through the field and noting that Cruisin, who was in P13 early on in the race, has made his way back up to P9, so well done there. And next thing I know, I see Old Wakey down in P11, having not the greatest time here at Spa by the look of it.
Oh, he's part of a very intense battle back here with Black Friday and Tim DeRags.
He's actually on the full wet tyres compared to Black Friday and Tim Durags, who are on the intermediates. So he's got a bit of a tyre deficit there. But if the rain comes back very heavily, that will reverse the roles.
Well, what's Wakey's wear like? Because that'll be a big tell for whether he can stay on these tyres or not. Because the track is getting a bit dry.
It's very minimal at the moment, like not even 5%.
Okay, well that's good enough. He'll be able to stay on them if the rain does come pelting down, but I think the fuel will probably get him before that does come around.
He's on 3/4 of a tank at the moment, so
He must have pitted fairly recently then.
I think GT7's timing board is not giving me accurate information, but his last 2 laps prior to that one was a 2:51.8 and a 2:35.8. So I'd say he's pitted on lap 18.
Okay. Alright, let's catch back up with our leaders here. So, Lunacy is losing a little bit of time to Lenosis lap by lap. He's now 15 seconds to the good. Lenosis sitting 15 seconds either side of him with DP Mario in third. Karen Unleashed another 15 seconds back, trailed by Evil Evo 9 with a 4-second gap to overcome to him. Crazy Good Kung Fu in the ISA Esports entry has cleared off from stickers enough to breathe a little bit. Stickers in the Lightning Motorsport entry still with a little bit of pressure from Dadson, but not enough to force him into any errors at this stage. Cruising in P9, as you alluded to before, CarbonBoy, about making his way up from P13. Patstar kind of sitting on his own at the moment with 6+ seconds of clear air on either side of him as well. Just kind of making his way around track and putting the laps in, keeping the tyres nice and cool. Black Friday has cleared Tim Durags and is now clearing off into the distance. Mario, crucially, into the pits. Tim Durags and Wakey still having a little bit of a battle back here as well. So let's have a look. Karen coming around. So he's pitted recently and back onto the intermediates. I'll be interested to see if Mario boxes onto the softs. That could be an interesting strategy.
That's a big roll of the dice.
We know that weather's going to come back soon, but you can imagine that most people will head around that time anyway. Let's have a look here. Let's see what sort of fuel he puts in. Up to 60 litres. I imagine he'll top it off.
I did not see any tyres going on the car.
He stays on the wets.
He has not changed tyres, even to a fresh set.
That might be a bit of a misclick for him, I think. He may have clicked the do not change tyre button that was prominently displayed.
Oh no. If that's the case, I can only imagine the words bouncing around the inside of that GTR.
It won't be pleasant, I'm sure, and that's popped him down in P8. The good news is he's topped off his fuel tank, so he didn't get nothing out of the pit stop, but not exactly what he wanted. We're approaching 2/3 of this race now, so not long until the rain pelts down, at least according to our forecast anyway.
I have noticed that DP Mario's wiper has come back on.
It's not going on my screen, it might have turned off for now. But I think it's got to be coming very shortly, probably with 20-25 minutes to go. There you go, that wiper is going now. It's on and off, it's on an intermittent cycle, so might be seeing just specks of rain on the windshield.
Checking back in with the Dadson Stickers battle, round 7. Stickers has just managed to get himself a little bit of breathing space with a 1-second gap, but here comes the rain.
See that? Visual rain on the screen now, that might be the start of something huge. it disappears again.
Hmm.
It's
Weather
coming and
here in
going.
Belgium. Yeah, the weather here in Belgium is well, more temperamental than the weather in Melbourne, I got to say, which is bipolar at the best of times.
To be fair, it's reminiscent of real life here in Bar, I think. As on display in the Formula One season last year, they rained it off.
Yes, that was a very, very moist race. You could have just put the F1 cars away and brought out the kayaks and had a similar experience.
Yeah, I think that might have been what they did in the end. But yeah, there we go. Past the 30 minutes to go mark. 23 on the 23rd lap, 22 laps down, and we're expecting to see about 36 laps out of these cars. And a bit of rain coming down once again. There you can see it on your screen visually. Dadson on the back of Stickers as Stickers gets a poor run out of Eau Rouge and Radion. Heading through here to the outside goes Dadson. Stickers will fight this all the way, I'm sure. Around the outside. Oh, got a bit sideways on the curbing and drives into Stickers. Unfortunately, Stickers just collecting him there. Left with nowhere to go. And that was unfortunate because Dadson was looking to be in a good spot, but he just braked in the wrong spot. Lost traction on one tyre, which caused the car to go into a half spin.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden, Stickers had a windshield full of that beautiful gold and black Mercedes and no real option as to anything else to do.
Let's have a look at the replay on board with Stickers here. So just for a little bit of extra information, there's your moisture meter on the left-hand side, so about halfway full. And Dadson coming up on the left-hand side of the car, of course. There he is, late on the brakes, and across he comes. Nothing that Stickers could have done to get out of the way there, and that was just unfortunate for Dadson getting on the wrong part of the circuit and losing a bit of grip.
I think that might be our closest battle on track at the moment. Everyone else seems to be fairly well spread out.
I don't know, I think Old Wakey and Tim Durags will have something to say about that.
Oh, my bad, gentlemen.
Well, here we go, looking at Tim Durags, about half a second behind Old Wakey, so not close enough to challenge at this stage, but hanging tough with him. These guys are hard to separate and really on pace with each other, so clearly the right decision to put Tim Durags in this division. He's right where he should be, battling it out with a veteran like Old Wakey here at Spa. Star's also ended up down in P13 at some point. He's copped a half-second penalty as well, which is going to hurt him even more. Karen's still sitting in P3. Not comfortably, per se, because Evil Evo's only 3 seconds behind, but to be in P3 is pretty well done for Karen, because he's been on a very different strategy. You see him weaving across the track to keep the tyres cool, driving through the wet part of the circuit. Keeping that life as long as possible.
Cruising into pits in the second black light Ferrari, which I will going to refer to as the blue light Ferrari for the duration of this race.
I like that. New tyres on. Currently on the intermediates. Let's see if he switches to the softs or remains on the inters, or switches even to the wets perhaps. 100 litres on board. Onto the wets. I think Cruisin might have seen something that we can't see.
I'd definitely say so. It's looking very dark and ominous here.
I didn't see what was Cruisin's fuel when he entered the pits that time around.
My memory's not the greatest. I think it was somewhere
Lunacy in as
somewhere around 7%, I think.
Let's see if Lenosis blinks as well. And he goes. Here comes the rain.
I think he's going to be quite happy for this pit stop because the rear intermediates on that Supra have seen better days.
And Karen will probably make the same decision here, I would imagine. I think they've all spotted the weather coming in and they're all making their move now.
Does he?
Karen does. No, Karen goes
No.
around again on his intermediates.
I'm not entirely surprised by that because Karen's still sitting on about 55% fuel. So for him, that would have compromised his race a little bit if he had to take another pit stop there. He might just try and tough it out on the inters.
Well, the trouble is, Lenosis and Lunacy have just filled up to a full tank. Like, he's way out of sync now, so he's just got to hope that it now stops raining and he can box again onto softs and fill up so that he's alongside them again.
I wonder whether we'll see another pit stop from Lunacy and Lenosis in this race because there's less than 25 minutes to go. Can they make a tank last that long? Or
Well, if we're looking at
Will
2.5 minutes a lap, then 25 minutes is enough time for what? 10 laps?
I'd say so.
And based on what Graham was telling me in the last race, 10 laps is kind of your threshold for a stint. So they should be good to the end, Lunacy and Lenosis, if they've filled to the brim. So Karen, you can guarantee, is going to need another pit stop. But
Absolutely.
the rest might go to the end here. But after this round of pit stops, I think we'll have to do one more APR tyre and fuel update to make sure we know where everyone stands and what everyone's doing.
Oh, Karen's having a moment out of no name.
Oh, see that? Loose on the exit, over to the grass. Let's have a look at it on board. So he exits Rivage here. Power. Come around here and floor it a little bit too early, I imagine. Yep, there you go. Down the car goes. He manages to keep it out of the wall, actually. He's honestly, Karen's had a couple of incidents this race, but every time he recovers them beautifully.
I dare say he's had a lot of practice at that.
Hey, Lenosis is now flashing his lights at Karen in the same way that Karen was flashing his lights before. Let's see it. Let's have a look here. On board with Lenosis. Look at that. Through the corner he's even flashing the lights. Look at that.
Battle of the admin, round 2.
You see how it illuminates the mist that's coming off Karen's car? That looks amazing. So Karen will see all of that, I'm sure, in his rear view. Lenosis might have distracted himself here.
Lots of flashing going on into the braking zone for the bus stop.
Yeah. Is that sportsmanlike? I don't know.
I like to think it's in that grey area.
How many flashes is too many flashes? That's the question.
Well, I'm not sure there's an answer to that because I can remember back to my first season here in Sector 1 and there was a race around Alsace in the dark and there was a particular driver who was basically flashing his lights for the majority of that race.
Sometimes though, it's look at Karen checks up Lenosis there. Look at that. Is Karen still on the brake? It looked like he was for a little bit extra time there.
I think that's just the fog light on the back
Still,
of the BRZ.
Lenosis is still flashing the lights. Look at that. That's beautiful. And through he goes. The Obsession car now into P2. Let's see if Karen returns the light flashing favour. Crazy Good Kung Fu is in P4. I don't think we've talked about this. He's got 28 seconds to DP Mario behind him.
That is not provisional because he has just had the fuel light come on.
Okay, so he's due for a pit stop. But so is Karen. So on track, Crazy Good Kung Fu is right with Karen right now.
Correct.
Well,
Speaking of
I'd
which,
say
should we
Karen's
do
got
a
fuel advantage.
should
Yes,
we do another APR tire and fuel update?
I think we should.
Rightio, so well out in front, and unfortunately with a half-second penalty over his head at the moment, is the Lunacy on a fresh set of wets and about 80% fuel in the tank.
Oh, look at He had a great slide out of Stavelot, sorry.
That's all right. Lenosis also on a fresh set of wets, having pitted at the same time and fairly identical for fuel. Karen is on some slightly worn intermediates with about 40% fuel in the tank. CGK is on some well-worn intermediates with the fuel light on, as he's right on the back of Karen at the moment.
Looking quick. You might have to stay with this up to Blanchimont here. Let's just stay on board with Crazy Good Kung Fu as we continue the update. Here to the inside of Karen. Karen's just going to let it happen by the look of things. Up the inside, CGK is going to look to steal the spot. P3 for the Kiwi in the ISA Esports car. And into the bus stop, probably into the pits as well. There he goes. Right, as you were.
So continuing on, we have DP Mario on some slightly worn wet tyres that he may have had the issue with changing from the last pit stop, but may have worked out well for him because it is incredibly wet out there at the moment, and he's sitting on about 65% fuel. Evil Evo is on some brand spanking new wet tyres right on the rear bumper of DP Mario, and he will be good to go to the end on fuel as he's got about 80% in the tank. Stickers is on a fresh set of wets, also with about 80% fuel in the tank. Same again for Dadson, who's a little bit further down the road now. Old Wakey is on a fresh set of wets, 80% fuel. Same again for Tim Durags. Same again for Black Friday. Cruisin has a few percent less fuel as he's looking to get around Black Friday. He's had a bit of a moment at Paul. And last but not least, we have Patstar on a fresh set of wet tyres, 80% fuel in the tank, and not really having a great day out here in Belgium. Just getting it done, doing the laps, and chalking this one up to a possible drop round.
So our drivers who owe a pit stop because of their fuel load is Karen, DP Mario probably, and was it Dadson or Stickers?
No, both of those have about 75-80% fuel, so just Karen and DP Mario.
Okay, there you have it, people. That is your APR Automotive tyre and fuel update.
And Evil Evo's found his way up into P4, gotten past Mario, who's, I'd say, been a bit naughty.
Right?
Yeah, been a bit naughty at Radion, I'd say. Radalon? My pronunciation's terrible, I'm sorry.
I don't even know how it's pronounced. I just commit to Radion and call it that. But yes, carrying a half-second invoice, and now behind Evil Evo, DP Mario. So Evil Evo potentially on for a podium here if Karen's pit stop works out in his favour. I think it will, because 25 seconds should not be enough of a buffer for Karen here, I don't think. 20 seconds to Lunacy for Lenosis as well, so it doesn't look like the Obsession Motorsport driver is going to catch the Ferrari driver.
I wonder how soon we'll see this pit stop from Karen, because he's on about 30% fuel at the moment, with 17 minutes to go. I don't think that's enough fuel, even in a BRZ.
No, I think he'll probably wait until the last possible moment to pit, just so that he can give the weather every chance to change in his favour. Because if it suddenly stopped raining right now, then pitting for softs would be ideal. But the chances of that, I think, are pretty slim. Especially with only 15 minutes to go, I don't think it's even worth that, putting those tyres on.
Everyone seems fairly spread out at the moment, unfortunately. There's lots of 5 and 6 seconds gaps here and there.
Yeah, and in a long race like this, it's no great surprise. But what's interesting to me is that the order. You know, we've got Lunacy leading the way ahead of the championship leader Lenosis, comfortable lead of 23 seconds. Karen Unleashed in P3, who's had a fairly average season this season, a lot of mid-pack, lower pack finishes across the season. He's currently sitting in P3, owing a stop though, of course. Evil Evo 9 and P4, who's been there or thereabouts the whole season. DP Mario.
Just with Karen, you can't forget about his win at Willow Springs,
Of
because
course.
I can assure you that he does not let us forget about it.
Yeah, he's had one fantastic performance of the season, plus this one, and the rest of the season has been fairly average. And DP Mario a little bit deep there at Lake Com, that might open the door for crazy good kung fu very shortly. But yeah, DP Mario sitting P5 for Black Rose Racing, not quite able to emulate his teammate. Bit of a strategy blunder, putting on the same pair of tyres, same set of tyres rather. At the pit stop. Crazy Good Kung Fu now looking to challenge as well, who's had a fairly good race, I think, it's fair to say, and a good battle with Stickers all the way through, but now 6 seconds separating them. Dadson in P8, who got off to a rocket start and was actually on track for a podium for a while, but now sitting in P8. Old Wakey, who's at the top end of your championship battle, currently sitting in P9. Tim Durags in P10 on debut, which is not a bad place to be at all. Ahead of 3 Sector 1, I wouldn't say mainstays, but guys who have experience now. Black
Veterans.
Friday. Cruisin's a veteran for sure, but Black Friday, this is his first season, and he actually only joined halfway through the season as well. So, yeah, Cruisin's a veteran, and Pat Star's been around as well. For the whole of this season at the very least, and I think he's actually been spectating for a little bit longer than that as well. But they know how this works, and Tim Durags is doing very well up there.
In a slight change from the earlier fun fact, there is still only 2 drivers not running traction control. One of them is still the Lunacy, but the other one has changed. Would you care to have a guess?
So DP Mario was using traction control, but now he is was not. Sorry, and now he is.
Correct.
Interesting.
But another driver has decided, I'm going to turn traction control off. Who do you think that might be?
I'm going to go back to my original guess about who would not run traction control, and I'm going to say Linosis.
Sorry, nope.
Okay, we're crazy left of field.
I'll give you a hint. Gold wheels.
Cruising.
Bang, there you go.
That was, funnily enough, that was going to be my next guess anyway, because I've seen him spinning out and stuff, so I would guess that he's not running traction control.
Well, now that I think about it, the only other possibility with that hint was Dadson.
Right. Yeah. Well, it would have taken me a minute to scroll through the field and check if I hadn't already been looking at Cruisin' going, I wonder if it's him. And you said gold wheels, and I was like, oh, it's Cruisin'. Must be.
Well, I thought I was going to give you the hint of saying blue light, but I think that was a bit obvious.
No, yeah, that would be way too obvious. Gold wheels was good. Gold wheels was just vague enough. You've done it right there. So, we'll update. The Lunacy driving off into the distance. One of the very few traction control runners in the rain coming down again now, so no sign of changes to the weather with just over 11 minutes remaining in the race. Linosis P2, looks like he's just trying to consolidate that position at this point. He's probably not going to overcome that 25-second deficit to Lunacy out front. And Karen in P3, still yet to make a pit stop. Probably due to come in, probably not end of this lap, but the following, I would guess. But he will have to come in at some point. He's definitely not going to make it to the end. Not 10 more minutes. That's circa 5 laps. So
he's probably got just over 10% fuel in the tank at the moment. So
he might be able to do one more.
But shout out to Old Wakey, who's made his way back up to P9 from an earlier P11, P12 situation. So well done to him.
Yeah, on the comeback trail. Very good from Old Wakey. Karen comes in. There we go. So into the pits, and Evil Evo will assume the podium position for Doghouse Motorsport in the Alfa Romeo 4C. Time to shine. for the little Italian car, the little brother, of course, of the Ferrari, which currently leads the way. The Alpha gets its moment in the sun, or the rain, perhaps, depending on the weather where you are. In this case, of course, we are in the rain. But he overtakes Karen. DP Mario also gets to go through here. Karen filling up the car now. 66 litres of fuel on board. Let's see what his exit's like. He's going to come out right alongside DP Mario here. Let's have a look on board with CGK. He's got a front row seat here for what's going on. Karen with a slower exit. He's, of course, going to check up DP Mario on the way into Rouge and Radion. Let's see what happens here. Hard on the brakes there, and it looks like DP Mario might have tapped the back, and DP Mario getting a bit sideways, and Crazy Good Kung Fu is going to take advantage here. It's getting very exciting in the late stages here for this 90-minute Enduro here in Division 2. They're going to be side by side now, heading down to Les Combes chicane, and it looks like the advantages to Crazy Good Kung Fu, who is stuck on the outside, however, and he's got a BRZ in his face as well. Round the outside of DP Mario, he's going to hold it, and he's going to have the inside for the next corner, which is impossible almost. Hold round the outside, and Crazy Good Kung Fu takes P5 and looks to challenge for P4 now.
He's definitely going to have a go at Karen here.
Got the run out of Les Combes. Down the inside goes CGK. The Kiwi for ISA Esports. Down the inside of Karen Unleashed, who's just boxed for fresh intermediates, I think.
Yes, Inters
And
and...
DP Mario down the inside. Look at that. Oh, no way. He's gone for it. Karen with no response. No, Karen with a crisscross. We've missed that. It was hidden by the fog. Karen managed to get it back behind the mist of Crazy Good Kung Fu. We'll have to have a look at that one again. But my word, that was a fantastic bit of racing from those guys. DP Mario with an absolute send on Karen.
And Karen's gone deep into the... I can never remember the name of the chicane.
Funya chicane, but I think he's going to
Funya,
hold
yes.
it. Yeah. Some
he
people
does-
aren't. Oh, look at the switchback from DP Mario. Gives Karen a taste of his own medicine. There you go. Have that back, son, he says.
I was watching on board with DP Mario, and he does have the full wets on compared to Karen with the intermediates, so he does have an advantage in these conditions. So after that failed attempt at No Name, I knew that wouldn't be the last time he would have a red hot go at that position.
Oh,
Karen flashing
he's
the
in-
lights a bit.
Yeah. He was in P3, but now he's dropping down to P6. It's unbelievable for the Deeds owner.
I think Mario's going to pick up an invoice for running a little bit wide there. No, but CGK does get one.
Oh, wow, this is going to get interesting very quickly. Let's have... I'm sure nothing's going to happen here, so let's have a look on board with Karen at this move into No Name Corner. So there's CGK down the inside, DP Mario in behind. Let's have a look on board with Karen as he's got DP Mario on his left now. Goes for a big dive into No Name. Through it goes, and there's Karen on the inside. Gets the traction down, and through goes the Deeds driver back into P6. We don't want to miss the run down Rouge and Radion and the rest of the Camel Straight here. So let's have a look now on board with Karen as he heads over the top of Rouge and Radion. He's lost a bit of time there to the GDR in front, and Crazy Good Kung Fu's starting to pull away a little bit, but he might be able to stay in touch for the remainder of this lap. Let's see.
He does have a half-second penalty hanging over his head, but he has pulled 2 seconds on DP Mario in the last half a lap, so I think he might just be safe even with that penalty.
Could be
Cue
enough
the
in
commentator.
theory. Yeah.
Cue the commentator's curse kicking in.
Just shy of 2 seconds, which, like you say, if he maintains that gap, it will be enough to maintain position. We've seen that already once in, I think, this race even. No, it might have been Division 4. But in any case, it doesn't look like he's showing any signs of slowing down, Crazy Good Kung Fu. We've got just shy of 6 minutes remaining in this race, so we're talking about 3 laps, maybe 2 for some of them.
And a lot of rain coming down as they come through Puon, and just as they exit the corner, the rain stops.
Here we go, might be starting to dry out now for these guys, so the intermediate runners might end up with an advantage towards the late stages of the race here. Let's reaffirm where we're at. Lunacy, 28 seconds clear of Lenosis and pulling away. Lenosis, P2, comfortably ahead of Evil Evo in the Alpha 4C for Doghouse. CGK with a half-second penalty to serve ahead of DP Mario by 2.6 seconds. So he should be safe here. If he drops down a gear perhaps and keeps his pace up, DP Mario not able to challenge Karen. Less than a second behind now, so he's not lost touch yet. Stickers is also not out of this. He's 4 seconds behind these guys and looking to pick up the pieces should anything go wrong. And Dadson's right there with him as well. 44 seconds back to Old Wakey, who's got Tim Durags all over his rear bumper. Let's have a look at this now. Oops. Wrong button. Jump on board with Tim Durags as they head into Stavelot. Right on the rear bumper of Old Wakey here. Look at this. Much like Division 4, we're seeing this race heat up right in the closing stages as the guys give it their final push here in this Enduro. On board with Tim Durags as we head to Blanchimont. A little bit of a wiggle from Old Wakey. Is he showing signs of weakness? Can Tim Durags do something? Too far back at this point. Karen behind Mario, still within touch. 2 seconds to Crazy Good Kung Fu. Looks like he might have just about locked in this P4 position. Look once again at Old Wakey and Tim Durags. Great exit for Tim.
Karen's not letting DP Mario go, and even though there's only 3.5 minutes to go, the track is drying up a little bit in sections. As I say that, as they come through No Name, the rain starts coming down.
That's the brainstorm. Here's Tim Durags on Old Wakey. He's got the run as they head onto the Kemmel Straight. Does the Porsche have enough power to out-drag the Supra down towards Lacombe? Let's see what the power's like in that little boxer engine. It's not going to be enough by the look of things to make a move around the outside. Old Wakey manages to defend it for now. The ISA Esports car looking every which way, sticking the nose down the inside on the end of Lacombe chicane. On the way down to Rivage now. Not able to make anything work. They're going to be careful of the guys behind. They don't want to lose any time to them too. Here's Brent on the inside of DP Mario as they head towards Blanchimont. He's going to quickly receive the outside line. And DP Mario will not yield this. You can guarantee that. We go on board with Karen as he backs out of it. Or does he? He tries to force the issue, but no room on the outside there for him.
Yeah, smart call there from Karen. That's you do not want to get hung out to dry at that kind of speed.
Stickers is there too. Look at the gap. It's only 1.3 now. He's going to join this party very shortly, especially if these guys have another side-by-side moment.
On the slightly drying track, the roles are reversed now, with Mario being on the wets, Karen being on the inters. Karen has that slight tyre advantage.
Oh, this is hugely interesting at the late stage of the race. Let's see. There's a great drive out of the corner there for Karen, but it's not enough to get him past DP Mario. We're on board now with Stickers with a front row seat to the action here as they head up Eau Rouge and Radio, and Karen looking every which way. See what Stickers sees. Dadson just behind as well. Charge down the straight. DP Mario goes defensive, allows Karen the outside. Karen not looking to make it work this time around, just trying to apply the pressure. DP Mario showing that he doesn't feel it. Oh, bit of contact there. That didn't look good, and it looks like it might be a redress from Karen, unsure at this stage. A flash of the lights from DP Mario as well. Looks like he's not happy with something. We'll let the stewards deal with that one. We'll watch it again shortly. Karen right behind Stickers. the flashing
Dadson
lights.
getting in.
Dadson's
Dadson
very
getting in
close.
on the action.
He's got his lights flashing here too. I imagine Karen will have the pace over Stickers here, so we might see them come back once again.
Yep, Stickers is on the wets, as is Dadson.
The checkered flag is almost out. Lunacy is on to the 33rd lap, or 34th lap. Lenosis, will he make it around? He will. Evil Evo will not. Evil Evo will be the first finisher as Lunacy and Lenosis go around again. Let's have a look here. Stickers followed very closely by Karen. As Evil Evo approaches the line, this is it for these guys. This is their last lap. Karen looking every which way. Stickers is to the outside of Blanchimont. They're very close. Evil Evo will come across the line to take P3 here for Doghouse Motorsport with Crazy Good Kung Fu right on his rear bumper as well. Not too far behind at all in P4. Stickers is going to manage to hold on to P5 ahead of Karen as long as he gets this exit right. And there goes Karen with a redress for DP Mario. There we go. DP Mario will come across the line and take P6 as the Deeds driver relinquishes the position. Datsun in P8 with a well-rounded display here at Spa. Old Wakey will come across the line in P9, assuming Tim Durags doesn't get close enough to mount a challenge. There's 2 seconds between them. Into the bus stop for Old Wakey for the last time. Keeps it together. No response from Tim Durags. Here we go. Old Wakey to the line, P9. Tim Durags will be P10 on debut. Black Friday, P11. Oz Patstar. Yet to serve a penalty. P12. Lunacy. Your winner for round 8 of the Sector 1 Sim Racing Div 2 Championship here on the World Tour. At the Ferrari for Blacklight Motorsport, Lunacy will take the win at Spa for the Enduro. What a try from the youngster for Blacklight Racing, or Blacklight Motorsport rather. Lenosis followed closely by Cruisin, the back marker, as they head round Blanchimont for the last time. Will solidify P2 for Obsession Motorsport, which will add to his points tally for the season and keep him in that P1 spot. A great drive from Lenosis. A solid result for his championship and great team points for Obsession. Across the line comes the Supra, followed by the Ferrari. P2 for Lenosis.
Whew. Well, that race had everything.
Everything. That was intense from start to finish. There was not a point where we could really relax. Even our APR tyre and fuel updates were interrupted several times. Right, here are your race results. Lunacy takes the win for Obsession Motorsport, not Obsession Motorsport rather, Blacklight Motorsport in the 458. The 458's first win for Season 7 here at Sector 1. Lenosis in the Supra for Obsession Motorsport. Evil Evo with a podium for Doghouse. A great result from him, and also taking the fastest lap in the early stages of the race with a 2:19.8. Crazy Good Kung Fu with a P4 there, and Stickers a P5 with a well-fought battle with CGK. And then I think also, who else was he fighting with? He was fighting with someone else. But P5, a great result nonetheless. DP Mario, P6, which will have a question mark over it, of course. Won't have a question mark over it because Karen, of course, redressed it at the end. But he may incur a penalty for that regardless. But we're unsure at this stage. Dadson, P8, ahead of Old Wakey, Tim Durags, Black Friday, Patstar in the second Doghouse entry, and Cruisin in the 458 at the back of the field. So, Driver of the Day nominations coming in. Evil, Lunacy, Evil Evo. Yep, couple for those guys. What do you reckon? CarbonBoy?
I'm going to join them, and Evil Evo gets my nomination for the driver of the day. Kept himself out of trouble. Very solid drive. Flew under our radar quite a lot, to be perfectly honest. And to bring that Alpha home in P3 with the fastest lap, that's a fantastic effort.
Now, I think Evil Evo seems to be a lot of people's first choice, but I'm going to go for something a little bit different and say that Stickers is my driver of the day today. Because he has had a very quiet, very consistent, and a good result to his race. P5 is not a bad result whatsoever, and it looked like that Supra was hard to handle, as demonstrated by Lenosis, of course, who is our championship leader and has been winning by large distances so far this season, being absolutely dominated by Lunacy and the Ferrari, a car that appears to be quite strong in the wet. It suggests that the Supra is a bit of a handful in these conditions, and I think for Stickers to be where he is, right behind a 911, which is another naturally aspirated MR car that will be very quick in the wet, I think Stickers has done a great job, and he's been clean racing all the way up and down. We saw his incident with Dadson, of course, which was no fault of his own. And every time we've seen him battling with someone, it's been squeaky clean like a whistle. So I've been very impressed with Stickers in the race tonight.
A very well-deserving nomination he is.
I think I sold that pretty well.
You've nearly convinced me to cross over.
Yeah, podium and driver of the day to Evil Evo there from the Stranger as well. It was a great drive from the Alpha as well. So yeah, I cannot argue with that driver of the day nomination either. And the fastest lap too. Like it just all adds up. You know what I mean? So yeah, a fantastic drive from several drivers in the race tonight. Another one, of course, Lunacy. It's hard to look past, but again, I hate giving driver of the day to the person who won the race because they've already got enough. You know, give it to someone else, surely.
I'm of the same mindset there. You won the race.
I think the two big nominations are definitely Evil Evo and Stickers. Crazy Good Kung Fu had a good race as well. He was squeaky clean too, all the way up and down. Karen held our interest for the better part of the race with his unique strategy off the start and his alternative pit strategy as well. That was very interesting. And of course, honourable mention to Black Friday, who pulled out a wild pole position lap in the qualifying session by being the only driver switched to the dry tyres. So that was awesome to watch as well. So many highlights of this race, but we can't pick them all, unfortunately. But I'm glad you all enjoyed tonight's entertainment. Spa put on a show for us in all 4 divisions last week and this week. It was amazing to watch and rewatch last week's racing, and this week has not disappointed in the slightest. We'll be back again for Road Atlanta next in the Group 4 cars, which should be just as exciting. A very tight track, a lot of interesting racing to go on there. Should be very exciting, and I'm looking forward to it. What about you, CarbonBoy?
I'm going to say that I'm not looking forward to Road Atlanta next week for several reasons. One, I don't like that track at all. I'm not a fan. And I'm also driving the Toyota 86, which is just going to get absolutely obliterated down that very long back straight. So, yeah, forgive my lack of enthusiasm for next week, but I will still be there and I will be trying my best. So we'll see how that goes.
Won't we all? All right, well, thank you all very much for watching. Make sure you like the stream if you have enjoyed it. And if you're new here, subscribe so you see us go live every time. We're live every Sunday, and I believe every second Thursday for the community series as well, which you can get involved in. We've got a link to our Discord in the description below. You can join that, join the community series, get involved with some racing if you want some more action on GT7, and who knows, you might even end up in our main series eventually. But for now, that is it from us, and we will be back next week for Road Atlanta. Ta-ta.